Alright, hey friends, how are you? Welcome to another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Very, very Slant Lima this evening, but Slant Alpha as it were. Legacy name of the channel, and I welcome you to it. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Now in the sim, we're a little far from home tonight, farther than we normally are. In fact, we are in, I'm going to butcher the names of these places all night long. We're in Heraklion, I believe is the way to say it, in Greece. We were here once before. Been a long, long time. We did the tour in the Douglas DC-3, which was years and years ago. We took off from Martin State Airport just east of Baltimore, and we flew the Douglas DC-3 in a series of like 30 or 40 episodes up and over the North Atlantic, the what we would call the old spruce. What are they called? Spruce roots, blue spruce roots. And we came up through northeastern Canada. We stopped in Greenland. We stopped in Iceland. We came down through the Faroe Islands, and then we wound our way down through the UK, and then across onto mainland Europe, and then we did a tour around the Mediterranean. And one of our stops was here, Heraklion. Yeah, like I said, I believe I'm saying it correctly. Is this the island of Crete? Does I have that right? Yes. So we're on the island of Crete. And we are headed out to Palermo, Italy, and then we're going to come back and we're going to land at Skiathos in the Aegean Islands. And the way VATSIM Radar is plotting this route, I'm starting to get highly suspicious that SimBrief has given me garbage. I mean, rule number one: never trust SimBrief, right? I don't know. I guess this is kind of normal for the way they do an approach from here. Maybe just because of terrain considerations. I'm not sure. But I'm very suspicious about this here. So we'll see whether this makes any sense at all, or whether we'll just take a few liberties. Now, obviously, if we get VATSIM air traffic control in this region, they might sort us out and get us on a little bit more of a sensible route. But on our own, as we are, we may just kind of figure it out. We may just take off and then just kind of point ourselves westbound, and then we'll just join the route. However makes the most sense from that point. So I'm not going to stress too much about it unless there's VATSIM air traffic control that comes on. It is the dead of the night over here right now. So I consider that probably unlikely, but we'll just take it as it comes. The reason we are flying this particular route, and it really started as a Heraklion to Skiathos, I threw in the stop at Palermo just to make it kind of a normal stream length for us, a two-hopper of about an hour and a half each. A few days ago, we had what VATSIM calls its Elite Wings trip, and they do these about once a quarter, and they do a First Wings, which is geared toward beginning VATSIM pilots, and Elite Wings, which is geared toward advanced VATSIM pilots. And then in the 737, I don't consider myself either one of those. So we'll kind of see how this goes. But we're going to do the Heraklion to Skiathos. I think I'm adding in, unless there's a typo here, I'm adding in an N that's not there. Skiathos, maybe? But Heraklion to Skiathos or Skianthos, whichever one it actually is. And but I'm going to throw in that side trip out to Palermo, Italy first, and then we're going to come back to our final destination. So that's the inspiration for the trip, and I also just decided I wanted to try and do some more challenging approaches in the 737. Again, I consider myself a pretty pedestrian-level pilot in the 737. Whenever I've challenged myself to something difficult, we find that I have a varying degree of success with it, but figure I'm not going to get better if I keep doing the easy stuff, so here we are. We got some friends in the chat. We've got recent follow there. We got the follow there from Eric G, 556, Eric G. Just as the stream started, we got Neo Barnaby. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm sorry that we didn't get to hear your follower alert. We were in the title screen, and then last stream, the alerts, the follower alerts and the cheerbit alerts and the raid alerts and the subscription alerts were not working. I have not gotten the chance to really dive into why that was. Everything appears to be normal in terms of how it's connected to the stream, so I hope we'll get some sort of action that we can test and see whether the alert sounds are indeed working again tonight, but we'll see how that goes. I guess if we get one in a little bit, we can we can put it to the test. But we've got a whole bunch of friends stopping into the chat to say hi. So I'll say hi back. We've got R6 Chavez, Kenny Monster is here, Bed Dave, Ruby the Juice, and Null Pointer 3. I think I've caught everybody. If I missed anybody, I do apologize for that. But welcome aboard. Come on in and find yourself a seat. This is we're on as Olympic. Now, Olympic in the real world did not fly the 737-800 series. They flew the older generation 737s, the classic as they call them now, the 737-300 and 400 series. This is a fictional livery that is available through PMDG's Operations Center for the 800. So yes, we are bending reality in just a number of ways tonight, and just to add that to the pile, so the Olympic does not, in fact, have a 737-800 in its fleet that I am aware of. I believe this is made up, but it was as close as I could get to a regionally appropriate livery. So there we go. All right, we are in the aircraft, and we're waiting for some things to. This all should have been. That all should have been off. I don't know why. Okay, there it is. Now it's off. The panel state loading up. Now let's make sure the controls. Here's the spoiler. Rest of these, I think, just go out of the way. And if all that's responding, then we should be good here. Yeah, the yoke. Yeah, they're responding sluggishly because we got no hydraulic power, but they're responding just to let us know that they are indeed up and running. So I think we are good. All right. Two other items of note. Number one, well, three items of note. Number one, you may notice a minor change in the stream, and you may notice it if you look very, very carefully at the bottom of the stream. So some potential new things coming. Not the stream itself isn't really going to change that much, but some potential new things coming. So you can kind of take a peek there and see what you see and observe. Flyer Studio says, I think this is the first time I've seen you fly outside of the U.S. That's probably not completely true, Flyer. You've seen me fly in the Caribbean. You've seen me fly in Canada. I have done, although you may not have seen me do, I have done some of the Friday Night Ops events that happen outside of the U.S. to include Down Under, to include South America. So it doesn't happen often. You're correct. And of course, if you were here, I think you were here back with us, and when we were when I did that Douglas overseas trip that we were just referring to, where I took the DC-3 up and over the North Atlantic and did a Mediterranean tour with it in a series of I think almost 40 episodes. I think you were around the stream back then. So yeah, you're correct to say that it's rare, but I would doubt that this is the first time that you've actually seen it. I could be wrong. Maybe you just happen to not have been here on any of those occasions, but I think you would have seen at least a couple. Yeah. All right, there you go. Now you qualify it in a while. All right, fair enough. So yeah, some potential minor changes to the community at large. Less so the stream, but more so the community at large, and we'll see how that goes. The other thing tonight is that we're debuting a new tool that I was led on to by a friend in our Discord today, and I apologize, I forget which friend it was. But this is a tool called Touchdown FX that is touted as a much more complete kind of landing analysis tool. Not just the rate in terms of feet per minute, but it gives you a score based on landing rate, landing G-forces, landing alignment, side loading, and that sort of thing, and then landing within the touchdown zone and everything else. So you get a score of 0 to 100 based on all those factors. And then I think if I understand correctly, it's got a built-in replay feature as well. So we might be able to start doing some replays, some external replays of the landings, if this works the way I believe it does. So yeah, I got that installed and running and signed up for tonight. This is what this is the website called touchdownfx.com, and we've got the user guide started up here because I'm sure I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the replays later on. Okay, well, hey, the alert sounds actually do work, so that's good news. Thank you, Skybacon, for being our guinea pig. The alert sounds were not working on the most recent stream, and I couldn't figure out if it was just a one-off glitch or if it's something had gone wrong. Apparently, it was just a one-off glitch because I didn't do anything to fix it, and it's fixed. So, Skybacon, thank you very kindly for the follow and for helping us test that alert sound. That it is once again working just fine. So, thank you. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for that. I wonder how they gauge the score. Do they have performance profiles for the aircraft Ruby? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They will score you differently. In terms of the feet per minute, if you're in a single engine piston versus versus an airliner versus a heavy, so it sounds like the answer to that question is yes. So we'll test. This is one of the rare times that you'll see me engage in a new tool on the stream that I had absolutely done zero testing at all. So that doesn't happen on this live stream very, very often, but it will happen tonight, and we'll see how it goes. We'll play with it together, right? And we'll see how well or poorly we feel like it does. I do have the regular landing stats pop up also running, so hopefully they will both work concurrently, and then we'll do our raffle entries based on the old one just for tonight, just while we're still, the new one's still kind of in the testing phase. But yeah, maybe we'll transition, maybe starting with the end of this month's raffle, we'll transition over to using the new tool for our raffle entries. Starting in May, perhaps. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We got that running, and we might get to see some landing replays tonight as well. So that'll be fun. All right. Last but not least, we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure. Iowa Scotsman, by the way, is stopping into the stream. Iowa Scotsman, hello and welcome back. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project that we run on every single live stream that we do here, where we take an image description that we feed into ChatGPT to have it create an image that roughly represents what we're doing on that night's stream. And it ends up becoming the thumbnail for the upload of the stream to YouTube later on. So what happens is I create the baseline image, and then once we show it, you guys can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then that allows you to get in on the queue to suggest, and I just realized I did not have my rewards queue up, so if you guys were going to start putting in requests, I would not see that. Big component of this project is that I see when you guys are making requests to modify the image. So I start with an image, and then you guys can thereafter start putting in your requests to add to the image or modify the image somehow. And the way it works is that you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you've done so, and once I have a moment to notice that you've done so, and I call your name, then you can let us know what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. And so our baseline for tonight is me and the pups, me and the 3 furry co-pilots taking a walk. And of course, since we're spending most of our evening in Greece tonight, figured we would be taking a walk outside of one of the most famous Greek tourist attractions / historical monuments, and that's of course the Parthenon there. So that's where we're taking the pups for a walk outside the Parthenon in Greece. Of course, that's in Athens. I believe, 100%. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not the history buff I should be at my age. But I believe that is in Athens, and of course we are not. We're down on the island of Crete, as I mentioned before. So we're just took a picture from a side trip that we took earlier today, if you will. All right, let's get started. We have 2 legs to fly tonight. Might be a little bit longer, and of course I'm fish out of water, so I'm going to be fumbling through charts on the Navigraph desktop app rather than my usual foray into SkyVector and the free charts that we use in the US. So I'll be fumbling through lots of different things, and of course struggling to maintain control of the aircraft on difficult approaches as well. So should be a fun and interesting night as I work my way through all of that. Okay, I think I've got switches and levers in starting positions, and we've synced all of our controls. And I'm looking at the wrong flow list here. I guess what are we on, the 738 today? Oh yeah, there we go. All right, now we're good. Okay, well let's jump down here. Why are my views not working? Hold on a second. So am I going to have to redo my views? All right, well then let's do that. I don't know why that would be. 2, I guess, would be down here. So there's 1 and there's 2. 0 would be down here. So we'll call that 0. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 0. And then we need 1 for the upper panel here. We need to actually lower the viewpoint so we can get the whole upper panel in the shot. Come back up a little bit to it. Is that good? That should be good. That should get us most of what we need. Right? And then yeah, we don't use the. Okay, all right. I don't know why that didn't. Why those are gone. This might be a different variant of the 737 that I've flown before, so maybe that was it. All right. Anyway, that's all done now. Let's come down here, like I said a moment ago, and let's. And I tell you what, I'm going to modify this position here. Let's just scooch it down. I don't typically look at both MCDUs, so let's just kind of back it up to where it's centered in on that captain's side one. So let's just change that. 1, 2, 0. Okay. All right, there we go. So let's go back and let's go to menu. Let's go to FS Actions, Ground Services. We got the ground power. We got the air conditioning. Wheel trocks are already set. Then let's go back and let's get some doors. Okay, so the front entry is already. Okay, so the front entry is open. That's fine, and then and the cargo and equipment hatches are open as well. All right, so that's all good. Let's go ahead and set our payload. I'm just going to hit random a few times, but we'll always see that's 1/3 full. That's a little bit too random. Let's keep hitting random until a more normal random number comes in. So 96 out of 147. Okay, that's 2/3 full. That's still a little light, but that's fine. And then let's go back to my fuel calculations, which called for 29,700 pounds of fuel to start the night's journey, and we will not be taking on additional fuel in Palermo. So this should be enough fuel for both legs, plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. All right, so now let's jump up top, and let's get the battery power on. Emergency lights armed and guarded. Let's get the position lights to steady. That's down. Logo and wheel well. There and there. Ground power bus can be activated. And let's get the aforementioned IRS knobs into aligning. And I have it set to the short version of the alignment, but we can go ahead and let that run. Oh my goodness, did not mean to maximize VPilot on my other screen. But we can bring it over here. Where are we? So we are VATSIM LGIR-LICJ, is that right? No, that's where we're going. LGIR, that's where we're starting. Right, because the second letter is G for Greece. Okay. So 210 at 2, so it's a westerly wind, but it's a 2-knot wind. So it doesn't really matter which runway we use. but you figure a westerly runway would make the most sense. So we'll go with that, and that already is going to fly in the face of that star, or that SID rather, that we got given. So we'll adjust that as we see fit when we get to the point where we're programming our routing. And again, it's already looking like we're going to get airborne later than we plan to. But that's fine. We got the METAR. We can go ahead and throw those into nav mode. We can go ahead and turn the yaw dampers on there as well. Com radio is simply going to be set to 122.8. So we are outside of the U.S. and in the region that we are in tonight, we do not have any kind of airport-specific common traffic advisory frequency. So we're just going to be monitoring 122.8, and we will monitor the guard frequency on COM2. Hopefully there will be no shenanigans on that, otherwise we'll mute that. But for right now, we'll monitor guard on COM2. And there we go. Transmitting and receiving on COM1, and monitoring guard on COM2. Okay. Just square up that view just a little bit, and then maybe reset it there. All right, so that's all done. Let's move into then the altimeters. We got the QNH is 1011, so we can set that 3 times across the board. Pop up top here, 1011, and we can set that. Oh no, we do want that in hectopascals, 1011. 1011 here. Okay, 1011. And then 1011 on the first officer side. Okay, that's done. Let's go ahead and program our route. Now this is going to be interesting. Like I said, I feel like if we're departing off of 22, or 27 rather. Let us see. Does this? Yeah. So this is really for departing off of runway 9. So let's see if we've got a Baves departure that comes off of 27. No, I'm sorry. We want departure. So Baves 3. Yeah, Baves 1 kilo is what I've got, was given by. Yeah, see, that's departing off of 30. Yeah, runway 30. Runway 12. So I see what it is. I think it's just the terrain is too high to our west. So what it's getting us to do is come up here, turn around, come down. The Baves 1 Delta is getting us to turn northbound and then come back over the airport and then fly westbound. Okay, so I think that's what we are going to do off of runway 27. So we can unpin this one. So we'll call it the Baves 1 Delta. All right, but let's go ahead and get it programmed in. I know we're kind of way behind time. Let's go position initialize. We'll go to the next page. We'll grab a GPS point back, paste it in here. Let's go to the route. Our origin is LG. Man, I wish I could remember. LGIR. Destination is Palermo, LICJ. Let's go to departures and arrivals, and the departures, and we did say the 1 Delta off of 27. We'll put that in the route. We'll go to the next page, and then after that, it is PLH. There. And then UM 978. And we're taking that to Eboka, E-B-O-K-A. After Eboka, it is DMAG, D-E-M-A-G. And then it is N978. No? M as in Mike 978. INCOP, I-N-K-O-P. Can't spell nincompoop without INCOP. And then after INCOP, T340 to Neiman, and then remain on T340 to LGIR-LICJ. So I'm just going to put T340 to LGIR-LICJ. There may be a reason why it has us put that in as a reporting point or something like that. But since it's the same route, I'm going to put it. I'm just going to save myself some type in LEVDI. It'll be the same thing. And then INROF and then INDAX, INROF, ROF, and then INDAX. And then BEKIV, B-E-K-I-V. I forgot the B at the beginning of that. B-E-K-I-V. And then M871 to Palermo. Mike 871 to our pal. And then on the arrival side, let's just get a METAR for LCIJ. LICJ. Zero 7010. So what do they have us landing on there? On the eastbound. Runway 7. Well, let's do the RP to runway 27. So does this allow us to approach runway 7? Aren't have arrivals to runway 7? Well, okay. Let's just do that. Aren't have arrivals to runway 7 since the wind seems to be favoring it. We'll figure out the approach when we get there, but it looks like we're going to have to do a offset approach, perhaps. But runway 7, so that is going to be the Palermo 3 November. Star. Alright, so we'll go to the next page. We got RNAV Yankee and RNAV Zulu to runway 7 that are not charted. Well, we'll select it. Why not? What could possibly go wrong if you select an approach you don't have a chart for? We'll do some route verification here in a moment, but for right now, let's go ahead and do a performance initialization. We're going to go cost index 74. Reserves for this flight. $9.6 based on calculated reserves and alternates and contingencies. 9.6. Zero fuel weight. We'll double click. It'll calculate in. And I think we had said 300. What was it? Yeah. Okay. We'll execute. N1 limits. If I were a real-world airline captain, that would be duty-bound to reduce the takeoff or climb thrust if performance allowed, if within safety margins, to reduce fuel and wear and tear, but I'm not a real-world captain, so I'm going to skip those things. We're going to assume a flaps 5 departure, and our V-speeds are here, 151, so we're going to pitch to maintain 171 on the initial climb. CB Flyers here, and Andrew Flyable Logic is here. Yes, PUPS. Oh my gosh, what a great moment from our previous stream. Alright, so 151 is V2, so 171 will go up here in the mode control panel. And the initial heading, I believe it's a pilot nav SID. Most SIDs in Europe are pilot nav. Yeah, it's pilot nav SID. Let's just make sure that it goes where it's supposed to go. But the initial heading would be, we'll just set the initial heading to runway heading, just for something to have in the 270. This way would be 270. And we have an initial altitude to climb to. Transition altitude 6,000. It does not specify an initial climb. There are some altitudes that you have to be before you turn here. At or above flight level 100. So I'm going to set the initial to 100 since this SID has us turn at 5,000, climb to 10,000, and then go that way. So we'll set the initial climb to 10,000. Oh, that's already set there. Just to have that set. But we are going to start the aircraft in LNAV mode and then BNAV mode. And then let's just, because I don't know, yeah, so this does look correct in terms of the procedure. Let's go to the legs page. 600 intercept 5,000, and then back to the VOR, and then at 10,000 we go to the point waves. Yeah, okay, so that's looking correct. Let's step through it. Let's go to plan mode here, and let's zoom it out. So that departure looks correct based on what's depicted on the chart. Let's zoom that out and let's step it through here, just make sure. Yeah, it looks basically the same shape as what's shown here and what's shown here. So I'm good. I feel confident that we've got it in the way it's intended. Alright, so we'll go back to our map mode and a little bit more of a zoomed in tactical view of what's going to happen here. Yeah, it definitely did. Andrew says that moment broke me. Oh, I absolutely did. So funny. Alright, so we got the FMC program. The initial Altitude, the initial speed, the initial heading, initial modes. We got auto throttle, we got flight directors, so I think we're all set there. Let's go ahead. We got the map mode where we want it. Let's get traffic and data on as well. Auto brake set the RTO, and we don't have a squawk code because we don't have air traffic control, so we'll just leave it on at 2000. But we'll go ahead and put that up into transponder mode. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get down here, and we'll get all the, let's go to menu, FS actions, let's get to the doors, let's go ahead and close that, and we'll close, and close. On the previous page, I don't worry about arming and disarming, that the cabin crew handles that stuff, the captain doesn't. I just skip over that stuff from the standpoint of being the cockpit crew here. So hatches and doors are closed. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. Let's get the left inner fuel pump on. Let's get the APU on and started. Let's make sure our parking brake is set. If it's not, it is now. Okay, yes it is. While we're waiting for the APU to spool up, we can get windshield heat on. Whoops, I don't know what that middle switch does, but no, that's power test, yeah. Don't need that. We need the actual windshield heaters on. Pressurization, we said we're going to cruise at 30,000. Landing altitude is, yeah, 50 is correct. Good. So we're good. Just waiting for the APU. Okay, the APU has reached its peak temperature, settling back down. One undocumented checklist item now complete also. Alright, let's go ahead and get the APU electricity on, and let's get the bleed on and the ISO valve to open. And packs on as well, so now we're supplying our own electricity and our own air conditioning, so now we can go ahead and get down here. And Psychic Taco says, great weather for Mediterranean flying. I agree, man. I think it's going to be a nice night, and I think you were the one, we were talking about that new landing analysis tool. I think you were the one maybe that clued us into that over on the Discord. I can't remember who it was. But we got that running as a test tonight. Not often that you see me test something on stream for the very, very first time, but we're going to take a chance. Anyway, so now we got the... Okay, yeah, we can go back to ground services. Alright, Kitty Monster's got to head out early. I apologize to... Yeah, sorry about the headache issue, and hope that you'll catch us next time, man. Hope you're feeling better. Alright, so if we remove the wheel chocks, that'll throw off the lines, and we did verify parking brake was set first. So now we should be good. And should be able to go back to menu and FMC. Arsik Chavez is doing some singing. Take a chance, take a chance. Take a chance. Alright, awesome, yeah, we'll jump up top, and let's go ahead and get some lights on. Anti-collision is on. Wheel well light is off. I regret nothing with the earworm. R6, you are well tuned to my musical repertoire as well. We're westbound, so yeah, we'll leave the igniters pointed to the left. Let's go ahead and get the rest of the fuel pumps on. I do believe we've got fuel in the center tanks as well, so that will include those. Electric hydraulic pumps on. And do we need a pushback? I think we can just pull out of this position here. So I think we should be fine. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about a pushback. Let us just go ahead and start the engines from our present position. So right pack is off, and ground start running. And we're facing outbound from the terminal, so we should be good here. We get 20% in. Go ahead and pull the cutoff switch in. Start to see inner turbine go. Okay, start switch has clicked off, so we can get that pack back on. We can get that generator on. Left pack, nope, 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 nope. That away, and then we'll get the starter engaged on that one. So we got 5%, 6%, and so forth. Wait till it's about 20. There we go. Fuel coming in. Start to see some movement on the inside. Start to see the temp come up. Number 2 looks like it's nice and stable. All right, number 1 is indeed engaging. Okay. Seems like it is mostly stable. We can jump up top, get our pack back on. Get the engine bleeds on. Get the electricity on. Okay, so APU. All right, yeah. So engines are supplying electricity. Engines are supplying bleed power. All that can be turned off then. What else, guys? That should do it up here for now. Let's come down here and let's do a control surface check. We don't have the monitors. Never figured out why. Even though I have that engaged in the options, I don't have a page for it. Buttons remains marked in op here, so I'll just do a visual control surface check. And then we'll put flaps into flaps 5 and make sure that they go verified into flaps 5. Mighty Mackerels here says, good to see you flying this side of the pond. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and do that more. I'm just looking to do some different things. Trim. I didn't actually take note of what it was on the edit ref page. That would have been a good thing to know, huh? Oh, that's because I didn't even populate it. 5.1. No wonder I didn't remember. That'll do. Yeah, so now we'll jump up top. We'll get the probe heat on since we're ready to get rolling. That should, yeah, clears the last of the warnings. Parking brake can come off, and we'll do a little bit of a hold the brakes in manually. We'll do a little config check. Okay, no warnings. We are good. All right, and then. Kazantzakis. Yikes. Alright, Kazantzakis. We're heading out to 27. Okay, so we're going to depart. I assume this is all Delta here. So eastbound on Delta to 27, we're going to be crossing runway 30. Kazantzakis traffic, Olympic 514, 737 from the terminal ramp, eastbound Delta to runway 27 for departure. We'll be crossing runway 30, Kazantzakis. You know, your nephew Nicky and your Uncle Nicky and your Kazantzakis. I said your Uncle Nicky and your cousin Sakis. I guess we could have gotten some taxi lightage on. We do a brake check. Yeah, brakes are good. On the taxi out, let's go ahead and get our weather radar on. Terrain radar on. Kazantzakis traffic, Olympic 514 now crossing runway 30 on Delta Kazantzakis. Almost got him. Oh, yeah, that's a 5-pointer right there. We'll take it. So weather and terrain radar's on. Minimum departure fuel 17,000. Yeah, we got plenty because we're stacked for 2 legs here. And comm radio is already set for departure because we're already on the correct advisory frequency. So, all right, all good. The whole short line, we'll do the TARA, cabin crew, continuous ignition, and some lights. And it looks like we're going to get airborne about 15 minutes after we had originally intended, so keep that in mind for our flight time and fuel estimate purposes. Kazantzakis traffic, Olympic 514 clear of runway 30 on Delta, and we'll be departing now runway 27 IFR westbound Kazantzakis. Alright, so on the hold short, we'll get the forward-facing lights off. Let's get some continuous ignition on. Let's alert our cabin crew. Let's get our TA and our RA on. And let's go ahead and say that they've reported back that they are secure. So entering the runway, we would go to the flash. We've already reported our intentions, so I'm going to go ahead and go. Somebody here. Where's my V pilot? So there is other traffic here, and so he reported via text. So I made sure I responded via text that we were departing. Okay, we're going to run the engines up to about 40%. No warnings, no vibrations. Toga coming at you. All right, a little forward pressure on the yoke. Hold the nose wheel down.
80 knots.
Okay, we'll let go of that forward pressure.
V1. Rotate. V2.
Okay, and we are up and away.
Positive rate.
You're coming up. Pitch to hold the 171 to 1,000. I love it, I love it. Okay. Autopilot engaged. And we are well above 1,000, so flap retraction can begin. Kazantzakis traffic, Olympic 514 now clear of runway 27 and IFR turn out to the north, Kazantzakis. Yeah, I think we have to circle to the north to gain altitude, Chavez, and then come back to the airport. That was my take on it. Might be for noise, yeah, maybe. I know there is some terrain over here, but I don't know if it's 10,000 feet where the terrain. So we are airborne. We can get the gear depressurized. We can get continuous ignition off. We can get the RTO canceled. Appears to be flying the max 210. And then once we get to 5,000, we turn back. Does look like it's doing all that correctly. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's 10,000 worth of terrain over there. I mean, way off to the west, maybe. Yeah, nice maneuvering area over the ocean for sure. Yeah, so the other traffic there, taxiing for 27 via Delta, IFR westbound. So he's basically doing the same thing we're doing. He may even be flying along with me on purpose, I don't know. What's his destination? Yeah, he's following me. So you might be someone I'm yammering away to. And if you're lurking while you're flying along with us, then that is absolutely fine. Happy to have you along. Right, so it looks like we're about to hit 5 and about to turn back in. I believe, let's see, I think it's 6,000. Yeah, transition altitude 6,000. So that means as we pass 6, we're not used to that in the U.S. where we're used to waiting until 18,000. But here, uh-oh, why are we nosediving? It kicked itself out of VNAV. I don't know why. We'll watch that. Yeah, if we gotta stick it in a different mode, then we'll stick it in a different mode, but we'll see what it does for right now. Eye on it here. Okay, so it's rolling out. When does the speed restriction change? Still 210. Still 210. It's 210 all the way out until we pass the airport. Okay, thank you for that little scare, Mr. PMDG, but we're all good now. Oh yeah, so now we're through 6,000. Now we can go to standard. And I don't know if this one does that. Okay, this one. There's standard, and we can put it in standard on that side as well. Okay. Alright, and at this point, I'll say we'll go ahead and assume we've been cleared up to our cruise altitude of flight level 300. Clear 27 following previous traffic. Well, whoever you are, happy to have you along. That's awesome. I love it. Alright, so we're coming up on 10. I believe the speed restriction goes away at that point. Let's see what the FMC does. But if it doesn't automatically kick it up to a higher speed, we'll manually intervene and do that. Since we are through 10, we can go ahead and turn off all the forward-facing lights. And we can alert our cabin crew. And release them. And then let's do a pressurization check. I like to basically say, we'll check and see that the cabin altitude's still at a reasonable level and climbing at a reasonable rate. But I also like to say the differential pressure should be about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then all the way up when you get to cruise. So everything's looking good with the pressurization so far. Is it still... Yeah, when does the speed restriction officially cancel? Execute turns with a max 210. So after we join this airway, that speed restriction should kick away. I guess. I don't know. We'll see what it does. Well, we might be able to tell if we look here. Yeah, see that the point baves. Now it says we're going to be at 210 or below until the intercept point. So after the intercept point, it should go ahead and kick us up to normal climb speed here. Okay, we have made the intercept. Let's give it a few seconds to establish itself on that next leg. Okay, there we go. So now it's ordering 322 knots. So we'll see the climb rate will dissipate while it picks up speed, and then the climb rate will kind of come back up as it gets closer to where it wants to be speed-wise. Okay, interesting. Oh, you sneaky Aegean. Jump the line on us, man. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, and the funny thing is like, you can simulate that if air traffic control had been on, they very likely could have shortcutted us from this procedure out to our en route. And we could have done that and just said, oh, well, if ATC had been on, they probably would have done that for us. This guy went ahead and simulated. I'm sorry, I don't want to dox you. But this guy went ahead and simulated that exact thing. Alright, so we're still getting a very slow climb because it's trying to pick up speed, but we're almost at 18. And in the U.S., this is the point where you can switch over to standard altimeter finally. Here we've already done that, but we would go ahead and make our second climb check. Cabin altitude climbing at a very, very slow rate because aircraft is climbing at a pretty slow rate. Still showing at a pretty reasonable cabin altitude. Differential pressure, again, like I said, a third of the way up at 10, 2/3 of the way up at 18. So everything's looking good. And the fact that we're still breathing is always a good sign. If it's 17,000 feet and you're not gasping for air, then kind of assume that the pressurization is working at least reasonably well. The Flyer Studios wants to get in on our Slants artwork adventure. Flyer Studios, you got me walking the pups out in front of the Parthenon, so let me know what you'd like to see added to this image or modified about this image. Batman standing on top. I think it's the Parthenon rather than the Colosseum. Big structure, yeah. I think that one's... I think the rectangle one's the Parthenon, the round one's the Colosseum. But don't hold me to that. It's all Greek to me. I said, it's all Greek to me. I always forget how finicky it is about proprietary characters. But normally, if it kicks it back to me, I can make an adjustment and make it do roughly what we want. So bear with me while I sort that out over here. Kind of see where we took off from, right? We're back in here. Nope, still kicking it out at me. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Oops. I got a typo on that one. We'll see. I'm still trying, dude. I'm still trying. Alright, it finally got it, man. It finally got it. There's our shadowy figure in a caped costume. I had to really dumb it down and genericize it for it to allow it. But I think it did it perfectly. Alright, Flyer, we're working on that one. We're 2,000 to go as well. It did it very well, yeah. I told it to make it smaller than an actual T-Rex, but I didn't want it to put something in that was going to like completely obliterate the view of the Parthenon. So I told it to make it smaller than an actual scale T-Rex. But yeah, did that nicely. I didn't take your third. I'm going to let some other folks get in on it there in the Flyer. But yeah, very cool. 2 for 2 in terms of really fun stuff there. Thank you. Thank you for that. And again, for those of you who are new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, the way you get in on this little side project of ours that we call our Slant Artwork Adventure is you can go to the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabets serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, aka our Alphabets points. And the button next to that tells you how many you've got. You can click on that to cash in 500 of them. Put yourself in the request queue to add to or modify our Slant Artwork Adventure. And again, since we're doing some flying around Greece today, I figured our Slant Artwork Adventure would show me taking the pups for a walk around the Parthenon. We now have a shadowy generic superhero of unspecified name standing on the structure. And we've got a T-Rex chasing an ancient Greek soldier there. If any of you else would like to get in on that action, go ahead and cash in the 500 Twitch channel points and let me know what you'd like to do there. Now, Flyer, if nobody else participates, we'll get you back into the queue in just a little bit. I do want to give a couple other folks a chance, though, if they would like. All right, so we made it up to cruise. Let's get a quick update into our passengers. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 30,000 feet. We have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and souvlaki. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy. And we will give you an update on the weather situation in Palermo once we get a little bit closer to our destination and ready to start our descent. We did, by the way, get airborne just about 15 minutes late at the top of the hour. But we don't expect any traffic delays coming into Palermo, so hopefully we'll be able to make up a little of that time for you. Thanks again for flying with us on Olympic Airlines. Psychic Taco is trying to think of something Southern Italian, but I'm drawing a blank. Well, I mean, Italian opens up food options. I don't really know Southern Italian cuisine as opposed to Italian cuisine in general. So I don't really know what that's, if we're going to zero in on that or not. But there might be some cuisine options. Of course, it's the Mediterranean, so Might be some nightlife options. I'll let you guys kick that around and figure out what you want to consider adding to the image. All right, Psychic Taco must have come up with something. What you got, man? Okay, so Ruby says Southern Italian cuisine is very, very seafood heavy. Yeah, Ruby, same here. So funny story. In Maryland and the Chesapeake Bay area, man, everyone's in for their blue crabs, right? Blue crab, crab feasts and crab cakes, super huge in Maryland and Baltimore. And I had said for years that, and you maybe you've heard this story before, but just for the benefit of anybody who hasn't. I had said for years that if anybody in Baltimore ever found out that I don't drink beer and I don't eat crabs, they were going to kick me out of the city. For years I made that joke. Well, they finally successfully got me out of Baltimore, but the joke's on them. I live down on Maryland's Eastern Shore now, which is even more of a crab-eating, beer-drinking place. Italian fashion. We want to include some Italian fashion. We're going to stop there for shopping at Palermo. Psychic Taco says. All right, I'll tell you what. We're going to leave that. We're going to leave that interpretation open to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT has done a. Yeah, Mighty Mackerel says, I'm a big fan of seafood myself. Yeah, I myself am also on that same diet, Mighty Mackerel, the seafood diet. As seafood, I eat it. I mean, you can kind of tell, right? This is, I'm a pretty beefy dude, and this depiction of me is generous. I mean, I wish I was that trim. So when we leave stuff to ChatGPT's interpretation, it does not let us down, especially of late. So let's I'm going to leave it kind of vague, Psychic Taco, and we'll see what happens. Okay. All right. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This could be dangerous. We'll see how it does. We'll see how it does. All right. While we're sketching that out, let us. I mean, we're thinking well ahead here, but let's just start. And we can unpin the departure, which it flew pretty well. The FMC actually managed all those little turns just as intended. So nice job there. This is the. Let's do a few things here. Let's get a METAR for LICJ 060 at 7. So 10:15. So winds changed a little bit, but died down a little bit, but it still seems to be favoring an eastbound arrival. So we'll plan for that runway 7 arrival, no problem. I mean, small problem. Oh, hey. Well, hello. So, Psychic Taco, I don't know if Mrs. Slant approves, but I definitely do. She's looking very fashionable. She's not looking overly provocative, but definitely very fashionable, and I would enjoy taking a walk around Greece with her, as the kids say these days. We'll take it. We'll take it. No, that's a win. All right. So yeah, charts. What were we doing? I got distracted for a second. I couldn't imagine why. So yeah, so we're on this Palermo 3 November arrival from Palermo. Starts up this way, heads up this way. Okay, so Uxupi and then Ixasi. And I believe, so it's so funny. We selected in the FMC an RNAV approach. It had an RNAV Yankee and an RNAV Zulu to runway 7. And one of them was from Ixasi. However, we do not have a chart for that approach. So we have selected an approach in the FMC that we do not actually have here. I'm looking at the wrong. This part of the problem is I'm looking at the freaking wrong airport. That's why. Okay, let's look at the one that we're actually arriving at. That could help. Okay, runway 7, RNAV Zulu, RNAV Yankee. Go figure. Alright, well that makes a little bit more sense now. I don't remember. So RNAV Zulu, LNAV, RNAV Yankee, LPV. So I do think we can do the Yankee. So I am going to switch that over here in the FMC. So that is just simply a symptom of the fact that I stumble with this Navigraph desktop chart app. It's a really nice app. It's just I'm not familiar with navigating it. And so I just had no idea that I was looking at my arrival airports approaches, my origin airports approaches rather than my arrival airports approaches. So kind of a duh there. Whoops, maybe with the exclamation point. It's kind of a duh there, but now that I got that figured out, it makes a lot more sense that I have approaches to runway 7, and I actually have a chart for that approach. And this does come off of Ixasi, which is the termination point for this star. So, okay, so this is making me a lot more comfortable now. We're going to do the RNAV Yankee RNP with LPV into Palermo. We definitely have some terrain considerations coming into Palermo, so we're going to make this nice 90-degree turn. And how far out are we? 6, 7, so 10 miles out. So Bibso here is a 10-mile final. 10 miles is plenty to get stabilized. I'm not concerned about that. That seems like it'll work. F. Bakken is with us and says, LICJ is awesome. Yeah, so this was... what we're doing tonight was kind of a belated recreation of the Elite Wings trip that VATSIM just organized earlier this week, and I had missed out on that. Heraklion to Skiathos, and so there's our second destination, Skiathos, and it's, the Elite Wings is definitely intended to challenge you, right? And I like to say it's Elite Wings with a mediocre pilot. So we'll see how it goes. But I decided to throw in Palermo just to make it 2 trips of about an hour and a half each, just to make it palatable for the stream, because this is a pretty short. This is only like a 250-mile trip in and of itself. So I was like, well, we got to add a second stop in to make it more palatable. So we're going out to the west. We'll do Palermo, and then we'll come back to Discathos as our second one. But yeah, I am an extremely competent pedestrian pilot in this aircraft. So when we get to the point where we're doing one of these really challenging approaches, it's going to kind of turn things, shall we say, interesting. Speaking of interesting, so we're using for the first time tonight a new landing analysis tool, and I'm just kind of watching it draw some graphs. So, I mean, this will be part of the landing analysis. It's going to be measuring the vertical speed, G-force, but also things like side loading and alignment and touchdown zone and that sort of thing. So this should be a much more comprehensive analysis of whether the landing that we make today is good or bad. We'll see how it goes. This is my first time using that tool, so we'll see how it goes. So Bach says, have you tried 02 right at Santo Dumont? I have not. I don't do a lot of flying outside the U.S., and I think we're probably going to change that because there's so many fun places to fly that I really just haven't explored. Batuan is here as well, says, hi, Captain. Have a nice and safe flight. Thank you very kindly. Good to see you. But yeah, I don't do a lot of flying outside the U.S., and I think we're hopefully tonight going to start changing that on the regular basis. Now, of course, my streams are in the evening time, Eastern U.S. time zone, so I think most of the time we go into Europe will probably be well beyond the point where everybody is in bed from an air traffic control standpoint, so we'll see how that works. But yeah, no, I definitely want to start branching out and exploring and doing some new and challenging things. So we'll see what the future holds for us here. Anyway, let me get back to what I was doing, which is resetting the arrival for the RNAV Yankee. So that's what we want to do from Aksasi instead. We'll put that into the route and execute. So then after, so let's check in the legs. After Aksasi, then it's yeah, Bibso, CJ511, CJ513, right? And then intercept, and then if we have to go missed, is it straight out basically? No, it's a hard left to Yusupi. Yusupi at 3,000. So left to 3,000 if we go missed, and then a left turn off the runway if we make it down successfully. So left either way, so that's easy enough, and then 3,000 on the missed if we have to do that. Okay. The other thing we can do is going to go back. Let's grab the. We don't have a point for the runway itself, but we can just put a point in for the airport. LICJ. So we'll put in a fix here for LICJ, and let's put a 4-mile and a 10-mile ring around it. That'll make it stand out on the nav display, but also when we cross the 10-mile ring, if we have not already started to configure for arrival, meaning get flaps and gear deployed, we would start deploying no later than crossing that 10-mile ring. And then when crossing that 4-mile ring, we would need to be fully configured for arrival, meaning that gears out, landing flaps set and checked, and finally fully configured. So those little reference rings there help us kind of judge. Yeah, you can see that the rings kind of just make the airport stand out, but it's a little too cluttered, so we'll just kind of reduce the map range there by 1. So it's the shortest, says F Boxes, It's the shortest runway regularly used by airlines, operating the 738. Oh, how long is that runway? Yeah, Psychic Taco says the Lear would be great for dropping off some rich skiers to the Alps. I know. I considered switching into the Learjet for tonight, but I do try to mix. So I really only fly 4 aircraft regularly at this point, which is the A2A Simulations Comanche, that FlySimWare Lear 35, the Just Flight BAE 146, and then this. So I do try to mix the aircraft selection up just a little bit. Of course, we also do some VATSIM air traffic control on the stream as well. Those of you who might be new to the channel, there you go. So you have a little bit, pretty good summary of what we normally do here. By the way, we're off of our normal schedule this week. We're typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. We are off on Friday. Saturday morning is VATSIM Cross the Pond. And so I will be providing air traffic control services for the departures from Dulles International Airport, KIAD. I do not yet know from our Washington Air TCC events team where exactly I'll be assigned at Dulles. So I don't know. I expect I'll end up on a ramp or a ground position, possibly a tower position, but I don't yet know. I might end up on a departure sector, but if I end up on a departure sector, sadly, the only departure sectors I work don't interact with Dulles departures very much. Although the ones going up to Jerry's and McRae, northbound, they would talk to me briefly. They would talk to me to deconflict one point, and then I hand you over to center. So that might be the case. I might end up talking to you for that. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I end up on a ramp or a ground or a tower position. So we'll see how it goes, but that'll be our next stream. So off on Friday, off of our normal regular schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And then Saturday morning, y'all will be crossing the pond, and I'll be sticking my butt in the tower cab somewhere at Dulles. Wow, so F-Box says 4,300 feet. Wow, yeah, Key West is about the shortest one that I'm aware of in the U.S. where they have 737s routinely arriving. And that's right around 5,000 feet. So yeah, that's shorter by almost 700 feet shorter. So, oof, dicey. I almost guarantee you that exceeds my skill set. Yeah, good thing PMDG has that short field package option. Yeah, which includes the arrestor hook and 4 cables to put across the piano keys, right? What do we got here? Oh, thank God we got 11,000 feet. Good, so I can float this like I normally do and be okay. That's good. Yeah, carrier ops package, right? Yeah, it's custom mod, I think. It's like you talk about. So what are our altitudes? So 5,000 here, and then we get down to Bibso at 2,300, which is a 10-mile final. Okay, so altitude-wise, this is a very, very standard-looking approach. And this being a 10-mile final doesn't give me too much heartburn here. 10 miles is plenty to get stable. Really, you've got until that 4-mile ring to really get stabilized. So with Bibso being right on that outer ring, like when we drew the 4-mile ring to be about to here, the 10-mile ring would be right through that point Bibso. So being that that's the 10-mile radius right there, I feel like we should be okay. That short field package was developed by Boeing initially for goals, just so they could operate in Santos Dumont. We're really cool. So now, yeah, we're all speaking the same language here. We're all speaking the language that is, yes, let's volunteer something for Rob to do that will definitely exceed his skill set. We'll call it guaranteed overrun night. Guess the landing rate and then also guess the G-forces into the wall on the far side. Alright, let's back it up and let's look at our SID here. So, once we get cleared, and typically, like in the U.S., your SID, I said SID, I meant star. Let's look at the star, and typically in the U.S., your star clearance would be, descend via the something arrival. Here, you might not get it phrased that way, but it looks like we could say we were cleared down to 5,000. And let's just do a real quick route verification, make sure that the lateral points are in here. So let's go to the legs page. Starting with Palermo VOR. 8 to 10. 8 or above. 5 or above. And then the... Okay. And 3,000 for the mist. Okay. So we're good. We're not quite at our top of the descent yet, but when we do get there, we'll just clear ourselves down to 5,000. So we'll start here at Palermo. We'll be right over top of the field, 8,000 or higher, and then Supi at 5,000 or higher. And then we'll keep 5,000 to here, and then it'll be 2,300 and in, and then we'll be on this 2,300 and in. F. Bachian has hit the follow button. Thank you very kindly for that. We appreciate it. As I mentioned moments ago, the normal show schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2,300 Zulu time. Off that schedule this week. Saturday morning will be our next one. I think next week we're back on normal schedule, I think. Be a good thing for me to know. I don't think I even have Discord open, but I can check it this way. No, so next week, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, actually. Saturday is Cow Scream. So next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. But normally Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And by the way, the whole show schedule is down under our About tab. We've got it out through the rest of April almost, and maybe into May. Rest of April and maybe into May is published underneath the About tab. The full show schedule is over on our Discord server. The Discord server link's in the lower right-hand side of your screen right now. So when we say southern Italy, I actually forgot that Palermo is not just southern Italy, it's actually on the island of Sicily. So that brings up some options for our slant artwork adventure. I'm going to adjust the timing in my spreadsheet so that we can have a better representation of what time we expect to arrive in Palermo. Yeah, is that our top of descent just creeping into view there? So that's top of descent, but that's still 80, 60, 240, 300 miles away. Really? This trip is that long? Yes, it is. Yeah, we're about halfway there. We're about halfway there, and we got airborne right at the top of the last hour. So yeah, that makes all kinds of sense. It might be beneficial for me to take a quick break out of the cockpit now, then, for some liquid recycling, rather than waiting until our turnaround. So we can make the turnaround happen a little bit quicker if I get that break out of the way. Here and now, since there's no VATSIM air traffic control. And no traffic to conflict with, except we've got our GN1440. He's taken a slightly different path than us. He's still kind of off to our right by a few miles. We do have to kind of make sure we're not going to end up conflicting with him when he presumably eventually merges back in with our route, but I also think he's probably monitoring the stream, so he will know that I'm away. Alright, let's do that, guys. Let me take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. And then we'll get back to you here in just a moment, as we are just about halfway for our first leg. We took off from the island of Crete, southern Greece, southern Aegean, Heraklion Airport. We're making our way out to Palermo, on the island of Sicily. A little Club Med tonight. Heading to Palermo, Italy, on the island of Sicily. About halfway out there, and then we're coming back, and we're going to land at Skiathos to conclude our evening. Land or crash at Skiathos. We'll see which way that goes. All right. Well, we'll be back with you in just a few. Thanks for hanging along with us, and appreciate your patience. Lots more flying left to do on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. Very, very slant Lima tonight, though, as we are in the PMDG 737-800, doing a little belated elite wings flying with your non-elite pilot. We'll see how it goes. Sit tight, back in a bit. Alright friends, we're back with you. Thanks for your patience. Good to have you back here as we are live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Here in the Sim, we're doing some cruising over Club Med. Doing some Mediterranean cruising for you in the 737-800 series, Flight Sim 2024. And we are on our way to Palermo on the island of Sicily in southern Italy. Thanks again for joining us. Appreciate you being here. We got a new follow there moments ago from Green Eggs No Ham. That is very specific, Sam. I am. Good to make your acquaintance. He says, does anyone here control at ZDC? Need some help getting assigned a training slot or even getting a hold of anyone, so make sure that you are on our ZDC Discord. And if you passed the S1 Academy exam, the written exam for the S1, and then you selected ZDC as your facility, you should have received an email that had the link to our Discord and had some other information. The Discord link might even be on the vzcd.org website. I can't remember if they publish that to anyone and everyone or not, but it certainly should have been in the email that you got once you selected ZDC as your facility after you passed the S1 written. So make sure you're on that Discord, and then from that point you should be fine, because everyone and anyone will be happy. There's all kinds of FAQs and such on how to get involved, so you should read those first and make yourself, avail yourself of that information. But if you still have questions at that point, you should be able to grab hold of any of the trainers in ZDC to get you bumped to the next step, or at least nudged in the right direction. So I control at ZDC. I am not on the staff at ZDC, so I don't really have any kind of influence to help you out or anything, but at least what I can tell you is that if you're on that Discord, they have a sign-up. They have a sign-up for a queue for training, and it's probably got a few dozen people in it, but it moves pretty quickly. But then they've also got an impromptu training channel on the Discord that if you kind of monitor that channel, then training opportunities kind of pop up out of the blue, and if you're quick, you can grab one of those. So those are your best bets. So I just joined today. All right, very cool. Well, I'll look out for you. And but yeah, other than what I just said, I think kind of relegating that conversation to the ZDC Discord is best, because, like I said, I'm in the facility controlling from time to time, but I'm not involved in it in any deeper level. So, other than what I just told you, there's really nothing more I have to offer, unfortunately. But hopefully that's, at least, like I said, a gentle nudge in the right direction, hopefully. All right, how close are we to top of descent here? Yeah, so we're still just over 160 miles out from top of descent. We do have some weather off to our right, it looks like. Weather at or near our destination is hopefully okay. We can pull an updated METAR LICJ. So it has updated to 2350 and then 0050. So you can tell by the 2350. So that was 2350 Zulu on the 22nd. This is now 0050 Zulu on the 23rd. So you can see that the wind has died. No, it's not. Still 7 knots. It has changed direction slightly. It's now 050. So this is a runway 07 is what we're aiming for. So the wind has shifted slightly from mostly down the center line. It was 070 at 10. It's now shifted 10 degrees left of center line. So a slight left to right, but it dropped from 10 to 7 knots. And now it's shifted another 10 degrees offset. So 20 degrees offset from center line, still at 7 knots. So a very, very slight left to right crosswinds for a runway 7 arrival. Again, only 7 knots and only 20 degrees off center line, more or less, plus or minus. So from a crosswind standpoint, it shouldn't be too bad. We went from Cav OK to a few clouds at 2000, and the minimums on the approach are well below that, I'm sure. Let's, minimum's 880 feet. And that's with LPV, which we're assuming we're assuming that we do have in this aircraft. I don't know that for sure, but this should be well below cloud bases reported in the area if the observation we just got holds up. But 880 feet is the minimum. We can go ahead and get that set up. We can go ahead and get the approach set up. We're still ahead of the game here. We haven't even started our descent yet. But just to have some things to do in the cockpit while we're waiting for that point, let's go ahead and set the minimums of 880. And if you keep at it, the numbers will speed up, so it doesn't take as long as it looks like it will initially. But then you have to stop it a little bit ahead of time, because then it'll speed right past. Yeah, there we go. 880 is what we're going to set here. There we are. Can't hear me? Refresh, because I'm. Yeah, I was gonna say refresh your screen or something, because I'm showing levels. But yeah, you got it figured out, Aaron. Okay, all good. Alright, now we don't have a frequency and course to set. We don't have misapproach frequency and course to set, because this is all just GPS points. You know, all just RNAV waypoints. So there's no radio-based nav aids to tune here as part of this approach. The missed approach altitude is 3,000. Transition on the way up would be 5,000. What's the transition level on the star coming down? Set by ATC. Okay. So if the transition altitude on the way up is 5,000, we'll assume it's something like 7,000 coming down. Once we get below 10, we'll just switch over. Anyway, so yeah, no radio beacons to tune in. Missed approach altitude was 3. We said it was a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully, and then pretty much a 90-degree left-hand turn to 3,000. Was it straight to 600 and then up to 3? If we go missed, I think that's what it was. Three 3-6 up, so it's pretty much an immediate, almost. Pretty much an immediate left if we go missed. We're after CJ 513, which is half a mile from the runway. So after you get to the point where you're half a mile from the runway, it's pretty much an immediate left, and then track 336 out down to the missed approach point. So almost immediate left if we go missed. Left-hand turn off the runway if we make it down successfully. No courses, no radio-based courses to tune or set. And we can go ahead and we'll get a... Yeah, I don't see a lot of people running these engine gauges. I know, I like kind of the more vintage setup. I'm also not an expert in terms of the various options in this aircraft, so you know, the people that are like, oh well, Southwest runs this different layout, you know, Alaska runs this layout. I don't know any of that. I set it to the ones I like. Anyway, what are we saying? Oh yeah, I was going to do the performance. So let's go ahead and plan for a flaps 30. It's a almost 11,000 foot runway, so we'll just plan for a flaps 30. Kind of a standard arrival. So the V ref is going to be 148. That means V approach, since the wind is only, I think, 7 knots, we said. So V approach is just going to be this plus 5. So that'll make it 153. So 53 and 48 will be our V speeds. Minimum set. Got the range ring set. What else do I need to do? Let me go back to my flow list here and run through my approach briefing. I think we've got the key points done. What are we saying about the weather? Partly cloudy skies. Temperature of 18 is mid-60s in terms of Fahrenheit. Of course, in this part of the world, you'd be telling them in 18. So yeah, we'll call it partly cloudy skies, light winds, and mid-60s Fahrenheit. 18 degrees Celsius. 1014 is the QNH, so we'll go ahead and get that preset. Nope, not 1015, nope, 1014. We'll get that. Come on now, I'm trying to move it 1. There we are. So we're getting the QNH preset 1014, and then this one will just. Yeah, so that one I think we have to leave in standard for now. Okay. Alright, so let's run down the approach briefing. Approach frequency and course, not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course, not applicable. Missed approach altitude, 3,000. FMC was reviewed for legs, altitudes, missed approach, and range rings were set. Done. V-speed reviewed and set, 48 and 53. Minimums reviewed and set, 880. Ceiling and visibility, we got cloud bases at 2,000 feet with visibility not reported to be an issue. A very slight 20-degree offset left to right, 7 knots. It is a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. And last thing is our auto brake. So let's figure out what's our taxi-in plan here. We make it down successfully. So it looks like the turnoffs are in the wrong direction here. So it looks like, I mean, if we could make the hard left about halfway down, we go straight in. What is more likely is we'll just roll it to the end and turn off. So I'm going to actually set the lightest possible auto brake. And we'll plan to roll it to the end and turn off to the left. So it looks like this airport is really just designed for westbound operations. Eastbound may be somewhat of an anomaly, but it's what we're doing today. And I'm just trying to determine. I think our flying partner that was with us maybe had to bail. This guy's turning out to the northeast. He won't be a factor. This guy doesn't seem to have anything filed. It does not list a destination for him. He's at 19,000 feet. So once we start our descent, we'll have to kind of watch, see what he's doing, and see if we need to maybe modify a crossing restriction to make sure that we're not conflicting with him. Other than that, we should be okay. There's nobody else coming into the. I'm the only arrival scheduled at Palermo for the time being, so doesn't look like we're going to have any other traffic to worry about. I am still broadcasting on 122.8. I haven't said anything on it for a while. We haven't needed to coordinate with anybody for a while. And like I said, this guy should be turning out well below us. Yeah, he's at 7,000, but he should be turning. He should be kind of making a 180, and then we'll just have to watch for this guy because there's just nothing. He's just got nothing filed, so we have no idea where he's going. So, yeah, like I said, we'll just kind of keep half an eye on him and make sure that when we start our descent, we'll kind of modify our modify our descent plan to gauge whether we're going to cross ahead of him or behind him, or whether we need to stay above him until we cross, or what have you. So. Alright, so 40, 80, about 110 miles from top of the descent now. I remind your friends that if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, little side project that we do on each stream, we feed an image description into ChatGPT, which roughly represents loosely what we're doing on the stream that night, and then you guys, once you see it, can cash in 500 of your Twitch channel points, aka your Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. At the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points here, and you got the button next to that that tells you how many you have. Click on that button, you got the option to cash in 500 to get in on our slant artwork adventure. Once you do that, I will ask you how you would like to add to or modify this image. So we started with the dogs, me and the dogs walking out in front of the Parthenon in Greece. We added a shadowy superhero of unspecified name up on top of the building. We got the mini T-Rex chasing the Greek soldier up the hill. And then we got our Southern Italian fashion model hanging out with me and the pups. Again, this was not Mrs. Slant Alpha approved. But yeah, if I'm going to be hanging out in Greece with an Italian fashion model, I don't think it's a bad day. Voice is starting to go. It's karma, I guess, for the Italian fashion model thing. Although I confess that wasn't my idea, I definitely did not disapprove of it. Who was it in our Discord? Was it you, Psychic Taco, that brought up that new tool? Somebody. One of our long-time rigs. Yeah, that was you. Okay. So we've got a brand new untested feature on the stream, which I don't normally do. I don't normally test something live on stream. Normally I will, I'll be a little bit more conservative than that, and I will plan to test something off stream before I bring it up. But we've got tonight, this was recommended to us by our very good friend Psychic Taco. He saw this on another stream. It's a new landing analysis tool that should give us a little bit more of a comprehensive analysis of how poor or successful our landing is. We have the little stats pop up that shows us a G reading that is we've known for a long time is quite suspect. But and then it's got the vertical descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface, and that's kind of we play a prediction game based on that. So this should show us the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch, as well as the G loading, but also center line alignment, lateral loading, and our performance for landing within the touchdown zone. So lots of different factors being evaluated on our landing, and should give us the ability to do a replay of the landing, an exterior view of the replay, which we haven't been able to do on the stream since we were in X-Plane. That was the last time we were able to do that, was when we were in X-Plane 12, or 11 rather. So this is it's monitoring some telemetry. That's kind of cool. See that there is some variance in our altitude, but it looks like we did like a nosedive in recovery. That's one thing I don't like about graphs like this, that the the range of what's being shown here is like a difference of 10 feet. So it's not like we weren't like plummeting at a a straight down 90-degree drop there. This is a variance of just a few feet. But it is keeping track, and I guess the more we start our descent and then make our arrival, then the scale may self-adjust and look a little bit more sensible. Yeah, the scale's way exaggerated there, ELW. I find, like, if you get on Google and just Google like a stock or a stock index, I find that it does the same thing. It makes it look like it's like way up or way down, but it's like a few points, and it's really only showing you that narrow band of range where it moved. But then if you look at it on a big picture, it moved like this much. So I think that's a different topic for a different day. I'm actually working on a presentation, a leadership presentation for work, describing how you can use data to skew and misinterpret and tell a different story than what the numbers really portray, and how you have to look out for that, how you have to be careful and not get caught in that. So this is kind of the same thing is happening right now. We're showing a radical variance of about 8 feet difference there. Anyway, so we'll check this tool out. This is, like I said, first time trying it. I'm glad that it's not causing any adverse effects on the stream. I did not test it, which is unusual for me. But we're going to run that little thing, and we'll see how it goes. We do have our normal stats. Our normal stats will be what we use for the prediction for the landing rate raffle for the rest of the month of April. And then if we like this new tool, we'll transition over to using that starting in May, perhaps. So we're just flying over the very the very eastern edge of Sicily. I do not know the name of this mountain poking up through the cloud bases here, but we're on the very eastern edge of the island of Sicily. And coming up on our top of descent, and as I had mentioned earlier, the star gives us down to about 5,000 here. So if we come across Palermo VOR, we cross over the airport at 8,000, and then we get down here to 5,000 on the left downwind, essentially. So I'm going to go ahead and presume that we will have been given our clearance to do that. Either, and I feel like in this part of the world you don't often get a descend via the blank blank star. That's not typical of this type of this region. But you would be given some instruction. Actually, it might even be descend and maintain 5,000, and that would imply to meet the star restrictions on the way down, unlike the way it works in the U.S. But we'll just go ahead and say that we've been cleared now down to 5,000 feet, as long as we make the restrictions on the way. I'm going to knock the map range down so that it's not so cluttered, and every time it starts to get cluttered, we'll just knock the range down one again. Once we get down through 10,000, I'll go ahead and switch to the local altimeter, because the transition level published, it just says assigned by ATC. So we don't know exactly when. It looks like, based on the missed approach procedure, it says the transition altitude is 5,000. So we can infer that the transition level probably, well, it's probably higher. It's probably 8,000 or higher. But we'll just say once we're descending through 10, we'll just go ahead and switch it over to the local, not knowing. That'll be close enough for government work, I guess. $40 miles from top of descent, so in just a few moments, go ahead and give our passengers an updated briefing. Let them know that we intend to be down in about 25 minutes once we start. So we're anticipated to be on block at 9:40, even with the revised time. Ooh. Maybe. I doubt that. That's going to be 15 minutes by the time we start descending. I'm going to say 25 minutes. CJ. Alright, so it hasn't changed. We see it's 230050. This observation also the same, 230050. So obviously the rest of it's the same as well. So yeah, what did we say? We said partly cloudy skies and light winds and mid-60s Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius. So that's what we'll let our passengers know. Yeah, ELW, exactly. You have to know your control numbers and your anomalies, and in particular, the way you depict something on a graph. You can take numbers that chart on a graph, and you can tweak them and I think you can use graphs to mask what's really going on with numbers. And as somebody who runs a government agency and has to report to senior leadership and politicians as to how things are going in that agency, I know this too well. However, I'm not implying anything. But certainly if I want to emphasize a particular trend, then the manner in which I depict those numbers is influenced by that. Let's just say it that way. You know, and if you're trying to garner financial support from politicians for the agency that you run, man, you know, that's an important skill to have. Now, that all being said, most of those guys are pretty smart. So you win some, you lose some. Yeah, say again. No, I think that's exactly what we were kind of inferring earlier. Beware of graphs where the vertical axis doesn't start at 0. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I think that is done in pop culture a lot lately. And I feel like it really distorts the story. Heisenberg is here. Welcome, friends. Good to see you guys. All right, 20 miles from top of descent. Let's go ahead and throw the fasten seatbelt signs back on just so we don't forget. We'll give them a few seconds to settle in, make our announcement to the fine folks as to what's going on. Looks like that one aircraft I was concerned about. Yeah, so that guy took off and turned northeast like I thought. The one guy who had nothing filed and was heading down this way either turned or vanished, which is fine. Doesn't look like we're going to conflict with anybody as of right now, so I'm not going to worry about making too many announcements. We'll make normal CTAF calls. Excuse me. We'll make normal CTAF calls once we're in the vicinity of the airport, but in terms of our descent and joining the arrival path, I'm not going to worry about over-describing on the radio. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. We are just about to start our descent into Palermo, so the weather there is showing as partly cloudy with light winds and mid-60-degree temperatures Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius. We expect to be on the ground there in just about 25 minutes. We thank you again for flying along with us on Olympic Airlines Flight 514. Now we can see from the nav display here that we've got 50 degrees straight on headwind right now, so even accounting for the delay in departure, which of course was only my own self to blame as I was fumbling through the aircraft and fumbling through the charts app. Even accounting for that, It looks like we were predicted to be on the blocks at 9:40 Eastern Time, and that's 13 minutes away. That seems kind of unlikely. So I think that 50-knot headwind probably has been affecting us a good chunk of the way here. And so that has added what appears to be, by the time we get down, appears to be about an additional 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and modify. Leg 2 timing here. By the way, our slant artwork adventure, for those of you just joining, it's a little side project that we do on image description. We feed into ChatGPT at the beginning of the stream to generate something that roughly represents what we are doing on the stream that night. Okay, there goes our aircraft pitching over for our top of the set. But our slant artwork adventure for the evening, like I said, loosely represents what we're doing. We're doing a trip from Greece to Sicily and Sicily back to Greece. So we got me and the pups walking around Greece. Once you see this, by the way, if you want to add to this image or modify this image, it's a collaborative art project that I undertake with those of you in the chat. So if you want to get in on this collaboration, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. But what we've got so far is me and the pups taking a walk through the Greek ruins there, the Parthenon in the background. We have then added a shadowy superhero of unspecified name in the background. We got a mini T-Rex chasing a Greek soldier up the hill. And then to represent southern Italy, we got a nice little fashion model dressed up to the nines here, walking with the dogs along with me. So there you go. There's our slant artwork adventure so far. And if you want to add to the chaos there, again, the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, is the way to get in on that action. Alright, there we go. We are descending. We'll go ahead and kick the range down a little bit as the map's just getting a little bit too cluttered at the range we were at, but you can certainly see overfly the airport and then almost like almost like an overflight and left downwind. This looks like a very Bush style approach if it was on maybe a slightly different scale. Overfly the airport and then it's a direct join to the midfield downwind. It's just, yeah, a little more spread out. We'll see if we can do a Bush-style landing, too, right on the numbers with the stall horn going off. Alright, so we're on. So we're 20 miles. So at the VOR, we're 10 miles. So, well, I mean, we can, I was going to say, wait a minute, there's a better way for me to do. I go to the fixed page. Our current distance from the airport, 42 miles. So if we wanted to put in a position report here, Palermo traffic, Olympic 514 is a 737, 40 miles southeast of the airport, 21,000 feet descending. We're going to enter we're going to cross midfield and then enter a left downwind for runway 7, Palermo. Bush style approach, Bush style call, why not? Alright, how's it doing? It's keeping right on the vertical path so far. Very, very well. And it's a little bit slow, and it's showing that it's got the throttle arms to come out of idle. It's only about 8 knots slow, so it's not doing that just yet. Coming through 18,000, ordinarily it'd kick it over into standard altimeter, but our transition level here in southern Italy is a little lower than what we're used to. Again, we're estimating 10,000 for that. It's probably somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000. And we've got, so for purposes of our landing rate raffle, we've got our regular stats pop up that it is running, but we've got this landing analysis tool that is also going to be providing some information about our touchdown. So, and we'll see. If we like this tool, we'll use it a few times, obviously 2 times tonight, and we'll use it over the next handful of streams. And if we like it, well, it may end up being what we use for our raffle entry going forward. Alright, this map's starting to get just a tiny bit cluttered. We're going to go ahead and knock the range down here. So, one thing to note, as I had mentioned before, is that typically that 10-mile ring is where you want to start configuring for landing, right? And then by the 4-mile ring is where you should be fully configured for landing. Well, that doesn't apply, by the way, if you're overflying the airport. So really, we're not going to have to be really, starting to configure flaps and such as we overfly the airport at 8,000. Obviously, once we're directly over top of the airport, we don't need to be fully configured for landing. Now, however, on the back side of that, once we get outside and then turned in, and then in from this point, BEVSO, then absolutely, yes, once we're turned in toward BEVSO, we're going to start configuring for landing if we haven't done so already. Matter of fact, once the speed comes down, the speed restrictions, so 230 over top of the airport. So, yeah, over top of the airport is very sensible in terms of where we're going to start deploying flaps, but we wouldn't be fully configured for landing until we get in from that point BEVSO. And this is just the star. The BEVSO is depicted on the RMP approach here. BIBSO. That's not, I'm saying BEVSO, it's BIBSO. But at any rate, coming up on that ring, don't fear like I'm going to start throwing flaps out all of a sudden. We're not going to do that until we're getting down to a little bit more reasonable speed here. Just about to cross over the VOR. And then the airport's like right out here on this little peninsula. You can see there's this very kind of almost squared off harbor, and the airport's out on this peninsula, kind of ahead to our right here. So it's underneath the instrument panel, but this is definitely that squared off harbor, and then the airport will be right up here somewhere. Once we make this turn at Palermo toward the airport, we should be able to see it. Coming down through 10,000, let's get some forward-facing lights on, including turn off taxi lights and all of our landing lights. And let's let the cabin crew know. Palermo traffic limit 514 is at 737 southwest, southeast to northwest. 10,000 descending. We're going to join a left downwind for runway 7, Palermo. Alright, so the FMC's got the speed coming down. Below 250 is when we can start deploying flaps. We can actually go out to flaps 5, 250. And then below 210 we would go to flaps 10. Well, we're going to be at 230 for the next little bit. But I think below 250 and starting to want to descend, I think it's definitely fair to start thinking about flaps 5 here. And matter of fact, it says drag required. Well, we just gave it some. Alright, and then once we are on the approach, 5,000 here and then 2,300 to join final. So I'm going to set, and the minimum's 880. So I'm going to set 900 on the mode control panel. But then once it has captured glide path, then we'll set the missed approach altitude to 3,000. Okay, so it's got the glide path and the speed pretty well figured out. And like I said, we are at flaps 5, so we do have some drag in. Now we're under 210. We can go flaps 10 if we want to. I don't think we have to be this slow. What am I looking at? Max 210. Yeah, max 210 all the way to Exasi here. So why does it have us down at 172? I'm not sure. For energy management, I assume, and to help with the precision of these turns, I assume. But it's also going to take us a lot longer, and there's no traffic ahead of us. So we'll do it at 210 until we're required to slow down. So max 210 at Exasi, and then do we have published speed restrictions? No, not really. At that point, we'll be wanting to hit the brakes anyway, though. We're a little bit early, but we're over top the airport now. So why don't you guys start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command will be necessary for that on this channel. We got Predator Core with the follow. Predator Core, welcome. Appreciate you being here tonight. You can get in on our landing rate prediction. As I was just about to say, there's no bot command that's required for that on this channel. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate with or without that minus sign, and the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle at the raffle will next be drawn on the 27th. Is that Monday? Yeah, that's this coming Monday, friends. This might be the second to last opportunity for you to get in on that. This one, and then our later landing tonight will be our last ones to get in on the monthly raffle for the month of April. Okay. Airport's over there somewhere. Not sure. Not exactly sure. Or is it over here? Yeah, that's going to be our airport right there. There we go. Okay, so we'll know what to look for there. Forgot I had those two spam messages earlier. The bot catches them and times them out, but it doesn't actually ban them. The furry co-pilot message reminded me. Alright, so we're coming up on that 5,000. I'm going to assume now that we've been cleared for the approach. We're going to set the altitude to 900, and then once we get on the turn, we'll go ahead and arm the approach. Oh, yeah, we should be getting into standard altimetry here, or out of standard altimetry into the local QNH. And then the other thing to do, we can go ahead and get our continuous ignition on. One final advisory to our cabin crew. And then we'll go ahead and get speed brakes armed. And again, by the 10-mile ring, you should be starting to configure for arrival, which we already have because we're at flaps 5. And then by the 4-mile ring, you should be fully configured for arrival, which we certainly will be. Alright, so let's go ahead and arm approach mode. Oh, yeah, we're actually overspeeding. We'll go ahead and get the gear out, help us slow down, and then we'll stop overspeeding the flaps. And we can go ahead and slow to 170. And then 170 to 5 is pretty common in the U.S. I'm not sure. I assume it would have to be pretty similar here. On this side of the pond, as the plane's physics don't act that differently on one side versus the other. But we'll assume we'll keep 170 until about that 5-mile mark, and then we'll slow it and get fully configured for arrival. Again, the V speed's 148 is our V ref, 153 will be our V approach. 170, we can do flaps 15, and then we'll go from 15 to landing flaps once we are established on final. Palermo traffic, Olympic 514 is a 737, 10-mile final, runway 7, Palermo. Alright, and then assuming everything is fairly stable, I'm actually going to take the hand flying from here. Once it gets stabilized on the turn. Alright, my airplane friends, heaven help us. Alright, so we'll keep the 170 till about 5. And then we gotta go landing flaps, and then we gotta do our landing checks.
I just want to tell you both. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Indeed, yep.
2,500.
We're about 10 knots fast and above glide slope, so I'm going to ease the throttles back a touch. Let the nose fall just a touch. And we are coming up on 5 miles. Palermo traffic, Olympic 514, 5 out for runway 7, full stop Palermo. Okay, so 153 will be bugged. Landing flaps. Alright, last call for our predictions, friends. Missed approach altitude is going to be 3,000. We'll get that set. It's a fairly immediate left turn to 3,000, northbound turn to 3,000 if we go missed.
1,000.
Roll it to the end and turn off left
Approaching
if we
minimums.
make it down successfully.
Minimums.
Gears down and green, landing flaps set and checked. We are continuing. We are landing. Nice time for the center tanks to burn out.
$500.
Alright, still plenty of time to screw this up, but for the moment, glide's good, alignment's good,
$400.
speed's good. Drifting a little left now, we can correct that.
$300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Throttles closed, just a gentle flare. Reverse is on. Okay, remember we're braking gently, rolling into the end. My reverser's not deployed. I feel like the reversers are not on. Or maybe they were. Just manual brake to kick the auto brake off. Alright, well that was, I was slightly beyond the 1,000 footers, so I kept it pretty stable all the way in, speed, glide, nice and stable, but then that kind of puts you high over the 1,000 footers. So instead of trying to chase that, I figured we'll just keep the stable approach all the way down, and it worked out okay. Let's get fully clear over the whole short line, then we'll make our traffic call. And we'll start getting cleaned up. Alright, flaps, spoilers, Palermo traffic, Olympic 514, 737, clear, runway 7, taxiing into the terminal, Palermo. Okay, no mystery. There's the terminal. Doesn't really matter where. Flaps and spoilers. Forward-facing lights off. We'll keep the taxi lights on. Continuous ignition can come off. And that can go into steady. Let's get the weather radar off. Terrain radar off. Let's jump down the bottom and do the TA and RA off. Jump up top. We can do the probe heat off. Is this our turn? Yeah, I mean, we can kind of go anywhere, I guess. A little aggressive on the braking there once I realized our turn was coming up. But there we go. Let's make sure... Oh, minimums can be reset. That's one that I typically forget. Oh, APU. We can probably get that on and started. Okay, well. We'll take a look at the various stats apps and see how they rated the landing. I'll just take this one here. And the taxi light can come off now that we're joining the ramp. Did I get everything else in on the taxi and checklist? Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat. I can do that real quick. If I can get the click spot to work. There we go. Are we going to hit something? No? Yeah? Yeah. Windscreen, ignition, weather, terrain, flight directors, auto brake. Oh, I didn't get the flight directors off. Auto brake I did. Minimums, transponder, lights, and APU. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, parking brake. Let's verify that it came on. It looks like it did. Okay, yeah, parking brake is on. Let's jump up top here. Let's get the APU buses on. Let's get the APU bleed on. ISO valve open. Engine bleeds off. So we're now providing electricity and air conditioning. We can go ahead and shut the engines off. Okay, both spooling down, all good. Up top, we can kick off the fuel pumps except for the left inner. We can get anti-collision light off. We can get wheel well lights on. Seat belts and chime come off. Come down here and we'll set our wheel chocks. Oh, let's do chocks first. Go ahead and request our ground power. We're still waiting. Okay, yeah, we're waiting for the engines to spool down before we could request the ground air conditioning, but now that is all done. And while that's happening, we can come back to the doors. We'll open exit door, cargo and equipment hatches. We can jump down here. We can get the transponder mode into standby. Up top, we can go to ground power. We can go packs off And APU bleed off. And fuel pump. Alright, let's check on my predictions first, and then we'll check on yours. My predictions have to do with the flight time and fuel estimate. Now, we did say we could tell that we were going to be down later than we expected to be. And even though we departed late, I already factored that in. So I already added, we were supposed to be off block at 7:35, wheels up 7:45. I've already bumped this back to off block 7:50, wheels up at 8 Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time. With that, we were expecting to be down at 9:40 Eastern U.S. time. It's 9:58, so it's another 18 extra minutes. But we're supposed to have basically 18.9 left in the tanks. Let's see how we did with that. 17. So yeah, we took longer, and we burned more fuel. Well, not 17,000. So 1,900 pounds short, and 18 minutes long. And I assume those are both related to the pretty substantial headwind. So we might end up making that up on the return trip, because we'll have that wind behind us instead of in front of us. So good fixins is here. So let's take a look first at the stats prediction based on the tool that we're used to. Don't go chasing landing stats. Please stick to the landing tools that you're used to. 123 is what registered. Nice gentle touchdown. I was pleased with it. Like I said, we were a little bit long over the blocks, but an extremely stable approach all the way down. So 123 was the number that came in. For that, a Psychic Taco looks like to be the winner. We had guesses of 75, 154, 88. Psychic Taco with the 125, only 2 away. So there we go. Now, and we had additional guesses, 210, 243. They're going to be too high. So Psychic Taco will be the winner there. Truly was a Psychic Taco and not just a regular taco tonight. Where are we? We're LICJ on 422. All right, well, just for curiosity's sake, let's take a peek at this landing analysis tool that Psychic Taco was the one that kind of clued us into about today. Let's see what it has to say about my landing. So this is all on the taxi in. So that's just zooming in the interface, really. Oh, view pulls up the details? Okay, gotcha. Which is where? Top middle on the info bar. Oh, here we go. I see. Okay. So, graded as an airliner with 145 knot approach, 125 was what it registered. Now, Psychic Taco, you had been completely psychic if you had guessed 125 and we were using this tool. 123 was what our other one registered. 94, so it's 94 out of 100, so it's giving me a pretty solid A on that. 0.5 degrees, 125 feet per minute. G-force 1.09, indicated 145, ground speed of 137 with a slight left bank. So the crab angle, yeah, so we did have a little bit of a crab angle. We did have a little bit of a nose over there, and a 3.9 degree pitch on a heading of 61. Vertical speed gave me a perfect score. G-force gave me a perfect score. Touchdown zone gave me a perfect score, although that was a little bit long. 9 out of 10 on center line. That's fair. Crab angle, 5 out of 10 fine. Bank and pitch, 10 out of 10. Okay. Now, if I hit replay, I don't know how this affects being on VATSIM or not. Since there's nobody around me, I'm going to try it. But if I notice it's reporting my replay position on VATSIM, I'll just go ahead and disconnect. So it's replaying. Okay, I see. It's replaying. It's replaying on a diagram, not really on a. So we could. Okay. It's replaying telemetry, not replaying the. Okay, so the sim button. Okay, that's not bad though. And then so there is a button that says sim. We all know how good I am at finding buttons. You'll have to help me out. Near the view button. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Now, is it
Airspeed
reporting
allowed.
my...
80 knots.
Yeah, it is. So I need to disconnect from VATSIM for this. Of course, the doors are open. All right, well that's cool. And it doesn't show the whole rollout, so that's that's a limitation. It only shows 10 seconds of the rollout, which is fine. But yeah, the replay is nice though. Yeah, so I was a little long over the numbers, over the aiming blocks though. That's not bad. Oh, and it's showing the reversers deployed as well. So it's not getting all the control surfaces right, but it's doing a pretty good job of depicting the. Whoops. So the so the camera controls are arrows. I gotta make sure I'm clicked out of the tool. Okay, so yeah, there's a little bit of an alignment issue. A little bit of a crab angle there. And then, of course, had to hustle to correct that crab angle and get back over on center line on the rollout. Okay. Alright, so that's pretty cool, though. I like it. I like it. Well, this is a nifty little tool here. Now, how do I... Oops. Now, is it... Of course, now here I am. And did I just close that tool? Whoops. How do I get it back? All right, now how do I get back to present? Probably I don't. Right? Haven't messed with the live replay, so I don't know. Yeah, so I wonder if now I'm probably best suited to kind of reboot and start over. Man, so this is going to set us behind in terms of our second leg. Yeah. So maybe this is something that maybe the get out and push. Halfling Simmer there with the follow, very kind. Welcome to you. So so I don't know if there's a way to suddenly teleport back to where we were. MPW 110, thank you very kindly for the follow as well. I don't know if there's a way to teleport back to the gate where we were. Yeah, on ground is current status. Yeah, I guess. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's take a brief intermission, and I'll just go back to the main menu. We'll start from scratch for leg number 2. All right, let us... Yes, Psychic Taco. Hey, no worries, man. This is a cool tool. We'll learn as we go. You know, as I said, it's not often that I test something live on stream, so that's kind of on me for doing that. But, yeah, very cool tool. Actually, overall... extremely pleased with it. So we'll take a brief intermission and we'll get reset for leg number 2. We're going to head from here, which is, where is here, by the way? This is Palermo, Sicily. And we're going to head from here over to Sgiathos in the Aegean Islands, in the Aegean Sea in Greece. Okay, so we're going to reset here, take a quick intermission. We'll be back with you in just a moment for leg number 2. Sit tight, friends. No, back with you. So on the loading screen here as we're getting ready to reset here for leg number 2 of our 737 Mediterranean adventure, doing a belated version of the VATSIM Elite Wings flight from Heraklion to Skiathos in Greece, and we decided to throw in a side stop in Palermo, Italy as well. And I think that's probably just a little bit too long, a little far away. I was a little ambitious with that because we're going to run pretty late on the stream tonight to get the second leg in. And especially because anytime I'm out of the U.S., I'm fumbling to find charts and departures and other resources, weather particularly, first and foremost among them. And, you know, and then, on top of that, flight planning is another thing. Finding liveries is another thing. So there's all kinds of complications when I fly outside the U.S. that I don't take into account, and I probably just went too far in terms of the distance here. Where are we? We're at LICJ. Palermo. We'll spawn it just as close as we can to where we were. I don't remember. I think we were maybe at that one there. Set that as departure. And BW110 is here. Welcome. Good to see you. We got the follow a few moments ago from MBW110. Thank you very kindly for that. The S1, working on my S1 in ZOB. Nice. We got a really good staff. A lot of great people there. Let's go ahead and start the flight. So we're going to give it a moment to load in. I'm going to have to restart vPilot because it closed on its own. And then we'll have to restart both of our landing stats apps. Yeah, okay, that's not too far off from where we were. And then let's go ahead and say we're ready to fly, and let's just enter the aircraft. But then let me go ahead and change back to daylight. Make sure that live weather is on, and then let's just speed the daylight ahead here to this is 18, so let's make it 16. Coming up on 16. Try to land in close to sundown as we can. All right, there we go. Of course, we're cold and dark now, so we're going to have to kind of start from scratch in terms of all that. But then let's get my landing stats, my normal landing stats app, which is what we'll use for our raffle entry. But then we got a new landing stats app that we're testing out tonight, and that's kind of what caused us to have to reboot everything. So we've got one here. Let's just not load it up in the sim right now, but we can view it here, and we can replay the telemetry from that approach. And yeah, not too bad at all. Anyway, so cool tool. Scored us a 94 out of 100. We just had a little bit of a crab angle there. That was an issue. So that's not bad at all. All right, well, we'll see how we do on the second one. Let's get connected, and let's go ahead and get our flight plan filed on VATSIM. Yes, we can take the same information and just modify it for our next flight. Olympic 514, all that's the same. All that's the same. Departure, we're going to go LICJ. Off block time, I think at this point we're looking at 0240 probably. Altitude 33,000 feet, 480. LGSK Skiathos, LGAV Athens, en route time 123 and 0250 remaining in the tanks. This is the route that we're going to file. All that's the same and all that's the same. We can go ahead and fit file. Call sign in use. Be sure that you're stationary on the ground and try again in 90 seconds. Well, that is me. OAL 514, OAL 514. So that definitely is me. But it won't let me file that unless I'm stationary on the ground. So let's make sure that we're stationary. Parking brake is on, and wheel chocks are set. Matter of fact, we can jump down here, go to the menu, FS actions, ground services. Wheel chocks are set. We can request ground power, ground AC. See if we can try that now. Okay, there we go. Okay. Back we go to the flow list, and again, taking it from the complete top this time since we had to go cold and dark. So yeah, great tool. Psychic Taco was the one that referred us to that. It is a fantastic tool. However, one thing is when you do the sim replay, it would be helpful to have a tool that will jump you back to where you were when you started that replay. So, yeah, so we'll just have to keep in mind that if we're going to do that sim replay, it might be we might only be able to do that on our final stream of the night unless we're going to start incorporating that intermission to reboot the sim in between. All right, ground power, ground AC. Did I get everything here back in starting positions? Yes, I did. Okay, so we're good there. Doors and hatches, let's go ahead and get open. We'll just go ahead and get those done. Next page, yeah, so doors, equipment, hatches all open. That's good. Let's go to back and set our payload. We'll just hit random a few times until a reasonable number comes up. 117 is probably fine. Yeah, we'll just keep that then. And then the fuel, what did I say we had left? We had 17,000, which was short of what we were supposed to have, but we will go with what we had and see how we end up at the end of the night. Alright, so with that done, let's go start getting some power. The battery power can be turned on and guarded. Emergency exit lights are on and guarded. Position lights go to steady. Logo lights on, wheel well lights on. Ground power bus active. Let's go ahead and get these up into a line. Let's get an updated METAR, see if it's changed any. .METAR LICJ. Oh, 150 now, 040. So the wind keeps shifting around from the north. Now it's picked up again to 11 knots. 1015's QNH. That's fine. This won't bother us too much on a departure. We don't have our screens yet. But we'll go up top. Nav mode and yaw damper on. Is there a reason we don't have our screens? Oh, there we go. Oh, they were just powering up. Yeah, no, I knew it took a second, but that's kind of a longer than a normal second to me. But yeah, we're all good there. 10:15. Let's go ahead and get that set. $10:15. 10:15. Let's go ahead and get our. Yeah, let's clear that. Let's go to initialize. Go to the next page. We'll grab, yeah, those are the same. So we'll grab one, go back, paste it in there. And then we'll go to the routes. Origin is LICJ. And we're going to LGSK. Com radios, we can 22.8. Transmit receive on com. Yeah, transmit receive on com 1, but we'll also be monitoring com 2, and we'll get the guard frequency set there just in case we need to be raised by a controller. Not that I expect any controllers, that is, as it is the dead in the night in Europe. It's not too far from the dead in the night here in the eastern U.S. But we'll suffer along. We'll make it. We'll make it, guys. All right, so there's that, and what's next? Altimeter set, FMC. Let's go ahead and get the route programmed here. So we are going to arrive and depart off of the Bavik 1K. No? Am I looking at the wrong one? No, that's leg 1. So the Palermo 6 Sierra. Palermo 6 Sierra off of runway 2? Well, really? If we're departing, we're going to depart runway 7, so what is that? Six Romeo or 6 Sierra off of all runways. Okay, so it's 6 Romeo, I guess. Take that. Runway 7, we'll put that in the route. We'll go to the next page. After Palermo, L869 to Latan. UL869 to KRK. UL869 to KRK. Whoops. How far away is that? That's KRK there. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to put the rest in once we get rolling. Activate and execute. Let's go to performance initialize. Cost index is 74 because why not? Reserves, as I've calculated them for this leg, is 6.3. That's enough to get us to our alternate. With appropriate reserves and contingencies. Zero fuel weight, we'll double click, it'll populate in. Cruise altitude, we said 330. N1 limit, if I was a real world airline captain and it was safe to do so without compromising performance over obstacles and terrain, we would go to a lower takeoff thrust and a lower climb thrust, but since I'm not a real world captain, I don't care about saving fuel and wear and tear, I will skip that. Go to 5. V speeds are as follows. V1 is if we have any states of critical items prior to reaching 137 knots, we'll abort. If we exceed 137, we'll rotate at 139. We'll pitch to maintain 148 if we got one functioning engine at that point, 168 if we got two functioning engines at that point. Center of gravity is 24.4, so 4.8 is the trim that we're going to set once we get to that point. All right, let's start getting some values into the mode control panel. What do we say? The 148, so 168 will be our initial pitch if all is going swimmingly at that point. The SID here, so the transition altitude's 5,000. Do we have a top altitude? The SIDs here don't have like a top altitude like we're used to in the U.S., but we can see that we got a restriction of at least flight level 80 on the way out, so we'll assume that is our top altitude, and we will get cleared higher by the departure controller. Maybe, I don't know. We'll clear ourselves higher. The initial heading on 070, so it's a 064, and then we'll be in LNAV, but in case anything happens and we need to return to the runway, something like that, 064. would be a good initial heading to have dialed in. We're going to have the auto throttle. We're going to have the flight directors. We are going to start in LNAV and VNAV. Did we not? Did we not? Yeah, we didn't execute something there. Okay, try that now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, go back to the legs page for now. So that's all set up. Yeah, so we got a good tactical view of our departure. We'll go ahead and get traffic and data on there as well. Auto brake will be set to reject takeoff. Hopefully we won't need that. Transponder, we don't have a code set. Should be squawking just 2000, but we'll go ahead and put that into transponder mode. All right, let's go ahead and close all the hatches and doors. So we'll come down here to the menu, FS action, doors. Let's go ahead and close cargo and equipment hatches. I don't worry about arming and disarming doors. Our cabin attendants would handle all that. So I just, from the captain's standpoint, you don't really deal with that. So I just skip over that. Go back to legs page. What was the trim? 4.8, I think it was. Yeah, 4.8. Okay, go back to the legs page. Let's jump up top here. Let's get the APU fired up again. So that's one fuel pump that we need to get running. Let's go ahead and get the APU and started. Parking brake, I believe, is set, but we'll double check. Let's go ahead and get window heat set. Double check parking brake. It is on. Let us set our cruise altitude. We said 33,000 feet, and I think the landing altitude 50. Yes, that's correct. What else? Really just waiting for that APU to spool back down. Make sure we don't have a runaway start there. Everything's good. Everything's settling back in. Okay, once we got electricity. Oh, there we are. So electricity. And bleed power and packs. Now that we're providing electricity and air conditioning, we can come down here and disconnect from the ground services. So we'll go to menu, FS actions, ground services. Let's just throw off all the lines. Wheel chocks are off, as we already did. Verify that the parking brake was set, and we are ready. We can go ahead up top here. Let's go ahead and get our anti-collision light on, wheel well light off. We're eastbound, so we'll just set that to the right. Whatever your company policy is to have this modulated about 50% of the time is fine. Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. Hydraulic pumps on. And we'll go ahead and commence our pushback. Now let's go ahead and get a pushback set up here. Might not have successfully clicked on that. Okay, there we go. Looks like we're the only one here. So we can just plan for kind of a straight push. Enter. Let's go ahead and request that pushback. And release the parking brake. Okay, parking brake released. Parking brake hold is released. Are we moving? We are. Okay, so we'll start with the number 2. Pack off. Ground start on. Okay, we got turning. Wait till we got 20% turning. Bring fuel in. spin outside, just make sure there's nobody else around. Okay, engine appears to be stabilizing. We should hear the start switch click off. There we are. Pack can come back on. Generator can come on. Left pack off. Left pack ground start. Five, 6, 7. Keep counting up to 20. And there it is. Fuel coming in. Parking brake reset. We're done with that. Should hear the starter click off in just a second. Okay, there we are. Pack can come back on. Generator can come back on. Engine bleeds can come on. APU bleed off. APU valve off. APU off. Probe heat on. Okay, control surfaces, not really checking yoke movement per se. We're checking exterior control surfaces. And we'll go ahead and set flaps 5. Takeoff trim 4.8. That's about there. And probe heat and config check. Okay, parking brake is off. We'll hold the brakes in. Advanced throttles. No warnings. We are good. Alright, taxi light is on. If we are facing the terminal, taking off to the east, we're going to go to the left. And we're going to cross runway 2 on the way to runway 7. Preliminary traffic Olympic 514, 737 taxiing out to runway 7 from the terminal. We'll be crossing runway 2. Preliminary. Alright, let's do a quick brake check once we get rolling. It'll speed up. Okay, brakes are good. Weather. Terrain. And comm radios are set. The runway or the taxiway? Yeah, so this really is the ramp that we're still on here. Alright, let's get rolling a little bit, guys. Alright, so we come up to the hold short, we get transponder. continuous ignition. We'll let our cabin crew know that we're first in line. Oh, I never got the seatbelt signs on somehow. Let our cabin crew know that we're the first in line. Okay, we already announced that we're going to cross this. Alright, straight out and then back to Palermo. Oh. Yeah, I think we're going to probably just do more of a straight out. So we'll shortcut ourselves. We're already kind of behind in terms of timing here. Alright, so at the whole short line, taxi light would come off. Palermo traffic, Olympic 514, 737 departing IFR eastbound straight out from Palermo runway 7. Alright, so we got the strobes on, landing lights and forward facing lights on. Yeah, so we're gonna shortcut ourselves a little bit more of a straight out here. So I'm gonna change the plan. We're gonna start in heading select. Alright, spool the engines up to about 40. No warnings, no vibrations. So good coming at you. A little bit forward pressure on the yoke to hold the nose wheel down.
Airspeed live.
Until we have enough airflow on the rudder.
80 knots.
Okay, we got the rudder steering. We're going to release that forward pressure.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Okay, gears coming up. Pitch to maintain the purple bug speed. Okay, take that to 1,000. And then we can go from there. Alright, flaps start to come in on their schedule. Yeah, and I think instead of taking that convoluted path, let's just kind of direct ourselves to reeling and then we'll go from there. So let's go to the next page. Oh, reeling or Pellin? Yeah, Pellin. Back, let's make that our next execute. And, oh, I meant to take it out of LNAV, not VNAV. Whoops. That's fine. We're all sorted out now. Flaps are in. We can depressurize gear. RTO is off. And continuous ignition is off. And then we need to enter the rest of our route. Palermo traffic, Olympic 514, 737, departed runway 7, and we are clear leaving the area to the east, Palermo. Alright, so let's get the rest of our route entered in, please. So after UL 869 to Kirk, it's UM 600 to YNN. then it is UV 651. AGH. I'm going to go ahead and assume that will have been cleared up. Take it out of VNAV and back in. Take it on faith. It will have been cleared up to our cruise altitude of 33,000 now. And let's put it into standard, standard, and standard. I'll give you 651 to AGH. And then W58 to Evico. Execute. Okay, now let's go back to the legs page. Let's just step through it. Let's go to plan mode. Yep. Okay. All that looks good. I mean, basically, I'm just comparing the shape. This is what we filed as it's depicted on VATSIM radar. And yeah, that's roughly what we're looking like. Okay, so we're good there. Back to the map. Declutter the map just a little bit. And we'll go back to the legs page. So we're over 10,000 now. We can get the forward-facing lights off. Go ahead and alert our cabin crew. And we can release that. And we can do a check on our pressurization. Cabin altitude should be reading something reasonable, and it's 1,500 feet perceived cabin altitude right now. Climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure, I always say, should be about a third of the way up at 10,000, should be about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then should be all the way up at cruise. And everything is hunky-dory so far. One more map range, or is it too cluttered? Yeah. Got some weather up there. Let's see if we're above that weather by the time we get there. If not, we'll clear ourselves for a left deviation to get around it. I'm sure a left deviation is going to cut it. Aim for the clear spot there. So we're going to be a little bit left of course if we were in a staffed area, we would have to get permission from ATC to do that. But we can ask them. I don't know what South Italy Center is called. Palermo Center, Olympic 514, request 10-degree deviation to the left for weather. And they will say 10 degrees left approved. Advise when you're able to rejoin the route at such and such point. It's coming up on 18 is when we would switch over to standard altimeter in the U.S., but we've already done that here. But it's also when we would go ahead and do our second climb check here. So cabin altitude's now 2,500, still climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure is about 2/3 of the way up, as we were just saying. So climb check number 2, good. Okay, so it looks like we're above the worst of the weather. I'm going to wait until we don't have massive, bad-looking returns on our weather radar before I redirect myself back to the route. But I am going to go ahead and just kind of track left of the route. And since it looks, you know, fairly clear and nice ahead of us, we'll just continue to track straight ahead. And then at whatever point you feel comfortable, you can rejoin the route. You could say Palermo Center or whoever it is. I don't know the name of the center around here. Palermo Center, Olympic 514. We're able to we're able direct boot in at this time. They would say, okay, yeah, proceed direct boot in or track direct boot in or however they say it over here. Basically, you let them know what you can do, and then they give you the approval to do it. Occasionally, what happens when you take yourself off the route like this and you get an approval, 10 degrees left for weather approved. Occasionally what happens is you mess up the sequence coming back in. So then when you rejoin the route, you are ahead of or behind someone, or you're parallel with somebody that you were ahead or behind. And now they have to vector you to get you back on, or give you a speed control, or give you an altitude restriction. Andrew says, hey, did you see my message? I did not. You send it over Discord. I haven't checked Discord during the stream. I'll check it after. If you were in the chat with the message, I completely missed it. Yeah, so it looks okay over to the right, but still seeing some returns up ahead to the right. So we'll stay where we are for now. Alright, it's a little bit early, but let's start looking at our arrival plan into Skiathos. Here's our airport. It's a 1 in 19. And so let's, for first things first, let's see what the weather situation is there. METAR, LGSK. What? Did I not? LGSK. Huh. Okay, well. Let us look on SkyVector then. Oh, it's guiding my server? Okay, well, I can't deal with that right now, Andrew. I'll check on it. I'll check on it after the stream. If it's somebody messing with you, just ignore it, and I'll take care of it after. Okay, so this was our first flight, so the route's not up to date. Where are we going? Is it up here somewhere? Yeah, I guess let's just plot the route in. LICJ-LGSK. Okay, so yeah, so we don't have a METAR immediately at Skiathos. Let's just look for one of the closest ones. It does look like we've got some dicey weather around here, friends. So blue is kind of borderline instrument conditions. We got a few clouds, so we got 280 at 6. So that's a wind out of the west, but it's only 6 knots. So that's good. What's the wind here? 320. Wind out of the north there. Of course, remember, it's the dead of the night here, so some of these places, yeah, they shut down for the night, possibly 0. So wind is, we're going to probably go for a northbound arrival. Ten 14, 10 14, 1012. Okay, so 1014 seems reasonable as far as a altimeter setting, QNH rather. So 1014, winds probably out of the north, but it does look like we've got, you know, a few clouds at 1200, broken layer at 2500, overcast at 8000. So we definitely will have some cloud bases to contend with, and we'll assume that the weather will be coming out, the wind will be coming out of the north. Yeah, it looks okay directly ahead. We're just going to stay west of the west of the worst, left of the, I guess, north of the worst of that weather there. Whew, alright, so I got distracted there for a second. Alright, so we do have some dicey weather. 1,000 to go. Weather's off to our right. We'll keep on the way we're tracking, and then we'll try and rejoin up ahead a little bit. So we'll expect, since the wind's out of the north at other nearby places, we'll just expect that we're going to land on runway 1 here. So what's that do to us in terms of the arrival plan? I have to admit, I am not familiar with this type of approach. LCTR, local control, something. We have to do a little bit of research. I feel like we've encountered this before, but it's been a while, and I really honestly don't remember what it is. So I have to do a little reading. we can kind of get the gist of it. It is a it looks essentially like an NDB approach. So we're tuning into an NDB on frequency 326. Well, that's going to be fun. We'll pin that down there. What do we have in terms of stars? Anything? Yeah, so they all lead us into this VOR, which is good. Because this is where the beginning of that approach comes off of. We are coming from Iveco. Yeah, so it is the Iveco 1 Charlie, and then we'll be headed down to the south to pick up the approach. So we'll go ahead and pin the Iveco 1 Charlie. We are done with that one. We are done with that one. So first things first, let's get it all into the FMC. Well, first things first. The first things first. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs off. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 33,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, Moussaka, and Spanakopita. So do enjoy, sit back, relax, and we will give you an update on the weather situation at Skiathos once we are ready to start our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on Olympic Airlines Flight 514. Okay, so it looks like coming up in a little bit we can redirect ourselves to CRN, whatever the VOR name is there, and we can rejoin our route from there. But let's go ahead and get the route and the approach program, since we know that's pretty much what we're going to do. So we'll go here to departures and arrivals. Arrivals into Skiathos. It is the Iveco 1 Charlie. It is the, yeah, so this is calling it the NDM. Yep. We'll put that into the route, and then we'll execute. And then after yeah, 4,000, and then it's a 202 and 10 miles, and then we got the helper point FQ01, and then into the runway 1600 at that point. So let's just verify everything is in correct. 4,000 and then 2,000. Above there. Runway 01, we can throw that into the fixed page, put a 4 mile and a 10 mile ring around it. And then if we go missed, straight to 2,500 and then 4,000 back to the VOR, right? Okay. Alright, and it looks like we can rejoin at CRN. So let's go ahead and do that. And go back into LNAV mode. Yes, we are slant alpha style approach, although we're going to be using some very slant Lima equipment to do it. So cheating a little bit there, Psychic Taco. MPW110 says good night. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. Just checking in with the business. So worst of the weather off to our right, but looks like it's below us anyway. And so I think we're all set to kind of get back on track with our filed path here. All right, friends. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. We'll be back with you in just a bit, and then we'll rebrief our plans for arriving into Skiathos. We got lots of flying left to do. A couple of longer legs tonight. Nice long stream for you this evening. So sit tight. We'll be back, and we'll get back to it here in just a moment on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. All right, friends, thank you for your patience, and we are back with you live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. In the sim, we're in the Mediterranean. We're eastbound, east of southern Italy, headed toward Greece. We're going to fly over top of mainland Greece, and we're headed to the island of Skiathos. And I was saying Skianthos earlier, and I think I even probably said that in the pre-stream announcements across social media, so I apologize for that. But Skiathos is where we're going. This is a belated entry into what VATSIM calls its Elite Wings series. They have a quarterly series of events that they call First Wings, which is geared toward beginners. And then they also have a quarterly series called Elite Wings, which is geared toward people who think they are elite pilots. I have no such delusion. I know that I'm, in particular in the 737, I'm an extremely mediocre, competent 737 pilot. But decided to go ahead and give this one a shot. Didn't get to do it on April 19th, which is when the group flight, the event, was held. But we're just kind of doing our own rendition of it here. Heraklion is where we started. Skiathos is where we're going to end up. We threw in a stop at Palermo in southern Italy on the island of Sicily. It was a beautiful approach. It was beautiful in terms of the scenery, and I was actually flown quite beautifully, I must say. Nice and stable, and felt very happy with how it came out. We landed long on the blocks, but we flew a nice, stable glide, and right on speed all the way down, and it just puts us long over the blocks. And so instead of trying to dive for the deck there to get on the touchdown zone, I kind of just let it come all the way down. Nice flare, nice energy management on touchdown, and all of this was confirmed by our little landing analysis app that we now have. Thanks again to a Psychic Taco for the recommendation on this, by the way. But this is an app that we are probably going to transition to using. Now, it also has the ability to provide a in-sim replay, but the problem is it screws up the aircraft. The panel state of the aircraft is affected by it. And I'll tell you what we can probably do. If I plan ahead, I could save the panel state and then reload the panel state after we do the replay, and then I would just have to slew back to where I was parked. When we do have to disconnect from VATSIM as we do all that, obviously, because when you do the replay in the sim, it does transmit that position over vPilot to VATSIM, so we'll just have to do that. Now, doing the in-sim replay at the end, we don't have to worry about any of that, because I can forego the shutdown of the aircraft afterward and not worry about any of that. But it keeps some nice statistics, and it doesn't just do the vertical descent rate. This is the vertical descent rate here, 125 feet per minute at the time the wheels touched runway surface, but it also measures G-forces, the speeds, the bank, crab angle, the pitch, and the heading, and it compares that to the runway heading to know whether you were aligned. It grades you on the vertical speed, the G-force, touchdown zone. Gave me a 15 out of 15 for touchdown zone, although I thought I was long. Center line gave me a 9 out of 10. That was probably generous. It probably could have docked a little bit more. Crab angle was where it got me, but it was within limits, right? 2.5 degrees is within limits for, I believe the Airbus says within 5 you can go ahead and just land with the crab. Don't have to decrab it on final. Boeing, I assume, is similar. I don't know. But the bank and pitch, it says we're good, 10 out of 10. So it gives you a nice grade out of 100, but then this is the feet per minute reading as well. So I think what we'll do is for tonight, this will be the last entry into the April drawing. We'll still use the other landing stats app for that, just to make it fair and consistent with what y'all are used to. This was within 2 of what the other one reported, so that said 123, this said 125, so it shouldn't really change anything in terms of the feet per minute predictions. We'll just start using this instead of the other one. No, not yet, Chavez, not yet. We're just talking in general terms about it. But we'll start for the month of May. We'll just start using this, and then this will be the number that we'll be looking at from now on, rather than the other one. But I think the more useful thing is the overall grade. So just the feet per minute. As we always say, trying to bridge the sim world and the real world. Not that I'm a real world pilot, but I do try to do things realistically. This number is not the end-all be-all that many simmers make it to be. This really gives you a comprehensive determination of how good or poor your landing was based on a number of criteria that are all very important. So I like it so far. It's a great recommendation. Psychic Taco was the one who pointed it out to us, saw it on someone else's stream, and I think that after tonight we'll probably abandon the G's landing stats app, which has been very good for us for coming up on, 5 years now. But this, I think, is a really good tool for looking at your landings in a little bit more holistic way as far as what went well and what didn't. So. Darth Dennis is here. Says, I got my simple local cert. Oh, very cool, man. I know you've been doing ground for a little while now, but they got you up on the towers now, huh? The non-tier 1 towers, at least. That's pretty cool, man. This is the website, by the way. The website of that tool we were just looking at. I guess I'll go ahead and paste it into the chat here for you. And it's on flightsim.to, but when I saw that it had its own website, I just went here and directly downloaded it right from the website here. I assume it's the same exact thing. I doubt it probably even redirects to that link. So, oh yeah, and I didn't upload it to. I didn't upload it, although I did create an account. So 214, is that what I have? I think I have 214. Yeah, 214 is what I have, so we're good there. So yeah, very good. We're coming up on our top of descent. Let's. Oh, by the way, before we go through our approach briefing again, real quick, let's bring it in on our slant artwork adventure for the evening. Our slant artwork adventure, since we started in Greece, we're going to end in Greece. We also made a stop in southern Italy. So we started with an image. By the way, and for those of you who don't know, it's a side art project that we do. We feed a image description into ChatGPT to represent what we're doing on the stream that evening. And then as you guys decide you want to add to or modify that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you do that, I'll call your name and you can let me know what you would like to do to add to the image or modify it. So we start with something that's roughly, roughly relevant to what we're doing on the stream. And so that was, since we were in Greece, I decided we would walk the pups around the Parthenon. We then added some fun elements to it. We added our little shady superhero up top there. We added the mini T-Rex chasing the Greek soldier up the hill. And then we added our, in honor of the fact that we did the stop there on the Med in Sicily, right there on the Mediterranean Sea coast, we added our very fashionable Italian fashion model there walking along with us. This is not Mrs. Slant, by the way. But that's, I'm okay with it. I don't know if she's okay with that, but I'm okay with that. But anyway, so if you want to add to that image or modify that image in any way, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do then. Alright, let's take a peek at our arrival plan. We do not have a METAR at Skiathos right now. It is middle of the night there, so I assume that this is not a 24-hour airport, so they do not have a METAR showing at this airport in the real world at the moment, so we're just relying on nearby stations to give us the sense that we are indeed expecting to land northbound. That is runway 1 or 01, as they say on this end. So runway 01, and we're going to be coming in from the Skopelos VOR. Then we're going to track southbound to a 10-mile DME. We'll turn northbound, and then should be pretty much set to land on 01. Now we are. This is a this is an NDB. However, we are going to just track it using the FMC with the GPS points. This is a non-precision approach anyway. Minimums are 1600. Let's go ahead and start putting in our parameters. So minimum 1600. And yeah, we're going to have to kind of spin the numbers for a good amount, but then the longer you do this, they do start climbing at a higher rate. So we're going 600, 700, 800, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's not too bad. Okay, so that overshot by a little bit, but 1600 even. Is that what it was? Well, that overshot the other way now. Okay, minimum 1600. Uh, 113.4 and 202. We can kind of tune that in here just to have the reference. So we'll have the radio nav backup. Yeah, you can see there's the radio there on the nav display right now. Did I spin it all the way around? Was it supposed to be 202? Yeah, 202. Alright, 202. So we are following the Avico 1 Charlie. We're going to be at the VOR. Doesn't really say anything about altitudes, does it? Avico 4000. Yeah, okay. So we'll clear ourselves down to 4,000. We're coming up on our top of descent. So we'll assume, whoops. Accidentally reset my fuel flow meter. Oh, well, I don't look at that anyway. We'll assume that a controller would have given us clearance to descend down to 4,000 per the altitudes on the approach chart. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then when we hit that top of descent here in just a few minutes, what were we saying about the weather? Yeah, I forget. I'm not going to worry about the passenger announcement. I'm going to more worry about the flying the airplane than doing all the fun stuff. Am I coming from Sifco? No, I'm coming from the west. Coming from Avico, and then we're from on to the VOR, and then south. So yeah, it's still a pretty tight turn. That's not going to be too bad though. But we'll dial the speed way back down. I think it says speeds 185. Yeah, max 185, not on the mist. But we'll use that guidance, and we'll try and get it down to about 170 prior to the VOR. to make these turns nice and tight. All right, down we go. And then at the airport, it's all probably a backtrack. It's 5,300 feet. We're going to use all of that, and then we're going to backtrack it. So roll it to the end, backtrack, and then a right turn. If we make it down successfully, we're going to put on a pretty substantial amount of auto brake, not max necessarily, but I think auto brake 3 is definitely called for. We can start bumping the range down a little bit. We got a little bit of a weather cell right over AGH, so let's deviate to the right. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, let's go ahead and deviate 10 right for weather. Of course, we would do that with air traffic control's permission. Alright, let's approach frequency and course. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable as we're doing all this through the GPS points. Missed approach altitude, I think it was 4,000, wasn't it? Yeah, straight to 25 and then right to 4,000. And let's double check that the legs are correct. I think we already did. Yeah, we did. Okay, so everything's good there. Minimum set V speeds we can go ahead and do. Let's go ahead and get that taken care of. The 7 extra knots I don't think is going to be necessary. So we'll do a 146 on the flaps 30. And so the 146 and 151 would be the approach. So we'll get ready to bug that as we make our way down. Knock the nap range down just a little bit here. Minimum 1,600. Ceiling and visibility we said was 2,000 in the area, so we might need to verify that we've got the visibility with the field by the time we are at the final approach fix. V speeds we said 146 and 151. And again, roll it to the end with the turnabout and the right-hand turn onto the ramp, west side of the runway. And we got not quite a max, but almost a max auto brake. It looks like we got fairly ominous looking clouds in all directions here, but the radar says the precipitation is ahead to our left, so we'll deviate around that. Okay, it's suddenly having trouble keeping with the vertical path. However, it's below target speed. So I have a feeling it's going to go ahead and catch up with that vertical path now as the speed kind of comes back up. Yeah, okay. So you can see, if you look closely, you can see that it says it's 600 feet above where it wants to be for the vertical path. However, that number is reducing. It was about 700 and change when I initially called it out, but it's bringing it back in now. But you can see it's now back up to the speed it wants to be at. And we are slowly but surely closing in on that vertical path. I'll tell you what. Because of the energy management that we're going to need to do, I'm going to bring it down to 210 now. Add a little bit of speed brake here. See, now it's over 1,000 feet above where it thinks it wants to be. And I'm going to bring in some speed brake to let it descend without picking up additional speed. I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go direct to Vico from our present position. Looks like this will be another one where we pass over the airport and then make some quick turns to come back over it. Now we're down at 210 now, but we're 3,700 feet above where it wants to be in terms of the descent. So in order to get all that energy off in terms of speed, it had to sacrifice its vertical path. Now that it's got the speed that I've asked it to achieve, and I've got spoilers still deployed here, it should now be able to get that vertical distance caught up. It's got a 1,500 foot per minute descent. Yeah, it's catching up. It's catching up kind of slowly. Just have to remember that I got the spoilers fully deployed because we don't want to leave that on like that. We're coming up on 10,000. We can get some forward-facing lights on. We'll go ahead and let our cabin crew know that we are descending through 10. It's still 2,800 feet higher than it wants to be on the approach, or on the descent rather, but it's still catching up. So we're good. I'm going to leave the spoiler fully deployed while it continues to catch up that vertical path, 2,500 feet. So we'll say we'll overfly west to east at 4,000, and then we'll join the NDB approach runway 1. I'm not even sure what LCTR stands for, but it certainly is European terminology for an NDB approach. Scouthish traffic, Olympic 514s at 737, 20 miles west, 12,000. We're going to overfly the field west to east at 4, and we'll join the NDB approach to runway 1, Scouthish. Locator. Thank you, Psychic Taco. Behaves exactly like an NDB, so I'm comfortable calling it that. But yeah, I mean, I picked up from context what it was, but couldn't come up with the word locator. Very cool. I mean, all the more reason, right? We were talking earlier about how I really don't fly outside the U.S. very much, and it's something that I probably should start doing more. The only bad thing is, like, it's the middle of the night in Greece right now. It's like 5 a.m. there. What are they, +3? We're -4, so it's 7 hours ahead. So it's coming up on 7 a.m. there. Alright, almost back in the profile it wants to be. It's only 1,000 feet high versus where it wants to be. I'm going to attempt, if we get the spoilers stowed, is it still able to maintain the speed and catch up with the path? No, it's now slipping further behind the vertical path that we want it to be at. So we'll go ahead and get the spoiler redeployed. Okay, now it's barely able to catch up with that path. We really wanted to throw drag out. We can throw, we're below 250. We can start doing, well, we can do that actually. Flaps 10 is 210. And it's marked to 200. We got flaps 5 out now. Okay, and that's enough drag that it seems to be able to start to catch us up here. And then once we overfly and turn out, we'll slow it to 170, and then we'll come on back in. Airport is on the east side of the island, so we're coming in from the side where we can't see it. But the good news is we're breaking through the clouds. Hopefully that means we'll be below the cloud bases for this. Friends, you guys can start, it's a little bit on the early side yet, but we can go ahead and start putting in some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that on this channel. Just a number, positive or negative, into the chat with or without the minus sign, and we will know that you mean a descent rate either way, whether you put that minus sign or not. Closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, and the drawing is going to be on Monday's stream. So this will be the final entry for the April landing rate raffle. So, and we'll do this one with the G's landing rate tool that we've been used to. And then presuming that everything happens like it did on the first one, where the two tools reported almost the same descent rate, we'll just assume that this will be good. We'll start using the new tool for our May raffle. That way, at least the April entries were all used, were all formulated with a consistent tool. Scouthouse traffic, Olympic 514 is a 737 overflying west to east. We're 5,700 descending. We're going to then turn south and join the locator runway 1 approach to Scouthouse. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and get gear up, and let's start getting the speed drawn back to about 170 here. Continuous ignition. Maverick Converted is here. Hey, Maverick, what's going on, man? I think it was 10:15 last we checked. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and set the go ahead and set 1600. Maverick Converted, I'm a little too busy to deal with the slant artwork adventure at the moment. I'm sorry. Well, I'll cancel the request. You can keep the points for next time. I'm literally joining the final approach here. However, you can go ahead and get a prediction into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. So we're at 170 now, so we can go ahead and get the flaps 15 set. Now we got a little rain coming in. Alright, we'll keep the 170. Get spun around, and then 146 and 151. 151's our V approach speed. So once we get spun around, we'll go ahead and get autopilot off. Want to be able to knock it into approach mode here. And then once it arms approach mode, we'll be able to set the missed approach altitude to 4,000. So again, if we make it down successfully, we roll it to the end, back taxi, and then right turn to the west. If we do go missed, it is straight to 2,500 and then right turn to 4,000. VATSIM 1600. Alright, so we've got it following the approach now. We'll go ahead and set 4,000 as our missed approach altitude. And it looks like we've got our runway in sight.
2,500.
Alright, so let's get the throttles matched. Skiathos traffic, Olympic 514 is a 737, a 7-mile final, runway 1, Skiathos. Alright, you guys ready for this? My airplane, heaven help us. Alright, gear is down. We got 2 more notches of flaps to go. Once we get to the 5-mile mark, and yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and get...
Approaching minimums.
Let's get 151 bugged. Let's go ahead and get landing flaps set.
Minimums.
We are landing. We got the continuous ignition on. Let's do one more alert of our cabin crew. And spoilers are armed. Alright, landing flaps set and check. Gears down and green. Oh my. Missed the speed. Let's come back and get that. Landing flaps set and check. Gears down and green. Missed approach altitude 4,000 set. Make it down successfully. Roll it to the end and back taxi. If we go missed, it's straight to 25 and then right to 4.
$1,000.
Blown a little bit to the left. Let's correct that. Vertically catching up. Speed's good. Vertical profile's good. Alignment's now good. Nice and stable.
500.
Let's keep it that way.
400.
Still getting blown just a little bit to the left.
300. 200.
Right on the numbers here in terms of the speed.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Right on. Right on the blocks. Little left to center line. Otherwise, pretty happy. Alright, cancel reversers. Manual braking. Let's just go for the turnaround pad here. Skiathos traffic, Olympic 514, 737 is down and back taxiing runway 1, Skiathos. Okay. overall, I was pleased. We wound up very left to center. We were getting blown right to left pretty badly, even though it wasn't really reflected as such on the nav display. It also could have been potentially that my throttles were not quite in sync, so we might have had a little bit of yaw coming from the engines being slightly mismatched. I'll have to look back at that and see on the replay. But for the most part, I was pretty happy. Speed, I kept in check for the most part. We let it get slow in the transition, but once I caught that and got back on, we were good. So we were not really chasing speed too badly. We were right on speed most of the way down. Glide slope, I think we got 1 dot high, and then we got that back in line and pretty much held that. So overall, I'm pretty pleased. Nicely stabilized approach and good flare timing. Yeah, I felt that worked out really well. So overall, I'm going to give myself a pretty good score. We'll see what kind of a score I get from the little app thing. Let's get our APU on and started. Start getting cleaned up here. We'll leave the taxi light on for the moment. Weather and terrain radar can come off. Minimums reset. Come on. If the click spots are too close to the top of the screen, they don't register because the menu bar gets tangled up. So I'll just pause here. I guess the terminal's further down, or is this it here? I guess this is it. Taxi light come off. And I didn't get the flaps and spoilers stowed. We'll do that now. Auto brake canceled. Okay, did that parking brake come on? I heard a click. Yeah, okay, it did. Alright, let me just make sure I did all the taxi and stuff. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat, continuous ignition. I probably forgot. Yeah, I did. Weather, terrain, radar, flight directives, auto brake, minimums, transponder, TARA. Lights, and APU. Okay, we're good. Okay, bear with me, friends. Got a few things to do. Let's jump up here. Let's get the APU electricity on. Get the APU bleed. Let's get the ISO valve open, rather. Okay, so we're now supplying our own electricity and our own air conditioning. We may therefore shut the engines off. Come up top, we can shut the fuel pumps down. Anti-collision off. Wheel well light on. Chime off, seatbelt lights off. Let's go to menu, FS actions, ground services. Let's get some chocks going. Let's get the ground power going. And as soon as the engines finish spooling down, which they should be just about done, we'll be able to request the ground AC as well. There we go. Let's go back. Let's get the doors open. Open, open, open. Jump down here. Transponder to standby. Jump up top. Ground power connected. APU bleed can come off. APU off. Engine bleeds can come off. Packs can come off. And the final fuel pump can come off. Okay, first things first, let's check flight timing and fuel estimates. Not really optimistic on how the timing worked out, but let's see how the fuel did. Well, actually, yeah, so exactly what I said is what happened. We wound up really late and short on this leg, or I'm sorry, wound up really late and short on this leg because of the headwind. And now so far we've wound up early on this leg. So we might be back to on target with the fuel. Let's see. 8.7, 8,700. So we're still 700 pounds short. But we were 1,900 pounds short, and now we made up 1,200 of that. So again, it really has to do. I didn't put headwind and tailwind data into my planning chart, and that's really why these numbers are off. But other than that, it's all pretty good. All right, let's see how we did in terms of the predictions. Well, let's see. Interesting. These are really disparate in terms of what they've reported. And I'll tell you which one I believe. So the G's landing stats said 258 at 1.14. So that's what we'll go with in terms of the winning number here. Guesses came in at 200, 250, 143, and 110. So there we go. We're going to give that one to Maverick. This other number was a little different. So Psychic Taco would have gone 2 for 2 on this one. Living up to his name. But we'll go with Maverick. Number 1. N. Verted. At LGSK. On 4/22, although it's the 23rd now, Eastern Time. But anyway, so that goes to Maverick. Now, had it... Having on with this one, it would have reported it at 195. So obviously this is the more accurate one, right? So this is the overall score. And it gave me a 94 in both, did it? 91 on the first one. No, okay, 94. I'm sorry, this was the first one. 94 on the first one, 91 on the second one. So it gave me vertical speed. It gave me a 28 out of 30. That's still very good. G-force 12 out of 15. We touched. What was the G-force? 1.2 there. I believe it. Touchdown zone. Yeah, we were dead on the blocks on that one. So that was a perfect score. Center line. Yeah, a 9 out of 10 is generous. Crab angle 7 out of 10. A degree and a half is not bad. Bank and pitch we were fine. Attitude was landing attitude was good on both. But yeah, obviously we didn't have as much finesse to play with as we did the first time. Yeah, but I mean, really all it's looking at here, nice and stable. Touchdown. Okay, so it's marked the touchdown zone there. Or mark the touchdown location there. Okay, well we can look at it in the sim too, because we're going to close up. All right, well let's go ahead and look at it in the sim. So I'm not going to worry about shutting the plane down the rest of the way. I'll tell you what I will do though is I will shut the doors so that it doesn't look as stupid. disconnect from VATSIM, and then let's look at this in the sim.
Airspeed alive. 80 knots.
Yes. So the aircraft is very confused about what's happening now. So we'll ignore the call-outs and the stick shaker and such. I wish it showed a little bit more of the rollout. It only shows 10 seconds of the rollout. I wish it would show more. Yeah, underflared a little bit. I probably should have pulled the nose up just a touch. So yeah, here we came over the threshold just a couple degrees up. Oh, here we go. We can actually see 1.1. So now I'm starting to pitch up just a little bit. And then we got to 5. Yeah, that's probably, that's probably as high as you really want it. So I guess I did fine. I felt like I should have flared a little bit more. But I also really knew that with 5,000 feet of runway, getting it right on the blocks was kind of the more critical thing. Then I actually touched down slightly short of the blocks. Yeah, so we got it down. Yeah, we got it down. We got it down 100 feet shy of the blocks. That's not bad. Alright, well, hey, Psychic Taco, first of all, like I said, thanks again for the recommendation on the tool. It does kind of mess things up from a standpoint of finishing your flight, but we can scoot you back to the ramp, no problem. There we go. But we'll just go ahead and call it a day there. But anyway, yeah, no, thank you very kindly for the recommendation on that tool. That was that's a fun thing, and we'll certainly enjoy playing with that here from now on. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the G's landing one. The G's landing one has served us very, very well through 2 simulators now. But indeed, I think that this new tool, even if we don't use the replay on the first stream, on the first landing of each stream, having that tool available for at least the replay of the second landing will be lots of fun. So, yep, that works for us, and really do appreciate the recommendation. As I said, I probably said it 4 or 5 times now. All right, friends. Well, thanks for riding along with us, and we appreciate it. The other thing we want to wrap up is our slant artwork adventure, and again, we put an image description into ChatGPT to represent loosely what we're up to that night. So since we started and ended in Greece, we just started with myself walking the furry co-pilots through the area of the Parthenon. We then added a shadowy superhero figure up top here. We added the T-Rex chasing the Greek soldier up the hill, and then we added in honor of our stop in Sicily, in southern Italy, right on the Mediterranean coast, we added our nice fashionable Italian fashion model walking along with us. So thanks to everybody who participated in the slant artwork adventure again for tonight. And again, once we get into the next stream, you're more than welcome to participate in that by cashing at 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. Next stream is our Cross the Pond stream, our normal show schedule, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time. However, we are off that schedule for Friday. We are on Saturday morning, bright and early. We're going to load up at 7:30 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and we're going to be working departures out of Dulles. Now, I don't yet know my position assignment. I don't know if I'm going to be that buffer sector where I basically just deconflict Dulles departures with Baltimore arrivals and then pass them on to center. If that's the case, it might be not that interesting a stream, but we'll still be able to enjoy watching all the departures out of Dulles while that goes on. But my hope is, my fingers are crossed for a ramp position or a ground position or a tower position somewhere there at Dulles. Whatever we get assigned, though, that'll be the program for Saturday. Is our used to be semi-annual, now annual across the pond event on VATSIM. This time it is an eastbound edition. Dulles, one of the dozen or so departure airports, and so we'll be watching approximately 115 scheduled departures out of Dulles heading to across the Atlantic Ocean, north and east. We got the rate coming in from Pixel Penguin. Pixel Penguin, thank you very kindly for that. I'm very sorry that you kind of caught us right here at the tail end as we are getting ready to wrap up, but I certainly do appreciate the raid and the support of the channel, and it's good to hear from you. Hope all is well. And yeah, but as we were just saying, we're wrapping up on our next stream. Normally we're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, but Saturday at 7:30 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time will be our VATSIM Cross the Pond departure push out of Dulles. And I don't know what position I'm working for that just yet, but we'll find out soon enough, hopefully. Then we're back on our normal schedule for Monday and Wednesday next week. So Monday we're going to try and work Anchorage approach for the first time ever. So we'll load into the scope program on Monday evening starting at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and we'll do some approach control up in Anchorage, Alaska. For the very first time, I'm a VATSIM controller at the Washington ARTCC, but yeah, but we have basically uninhibited visitor status up in Alaska now, and up in the Anchorage ARTCC. So we're going to try approach on stream for the very first time. So that'll be on Monday. And the full show schedule's down underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. The Discord server link cycles through on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, so it'll be back there shortly. And that's where you can find the full show schedule, where we fly the A2A simulations Piper Comanche, single engine piston plane. We fly the LGIR-35 from FlySimware. We fly the Just Flight BAE 146. And then we fly this airplane from PMDG, the 737-800 series, rather. And then we do that VATSIM air traffic control thing as well, which is actually going to occupy our next two streams, one at Dulles and then one in Anchorage. All right, and then Wednesday we're back to flying. That will be the Comanche, as we... Well, actually, we might have a little bit of change of plans on Wednesday, the 29th, but it will be the A2A simulations Comanche either way. All right. Well, that'll wrap us up then. Who are we going to get a raid over to? We got a couple of options here. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll send the raid over to a very good friend Foxtrot, doing some general aviation flying along the California coast, according to his title. Looks like maybe a Beach Baron that he is flying. So we're going to go ahead and send you over to our very good friend Foxtrot. Hope that you enjoy, and hope that you'll tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love. Let's get that raid underway so you guys can get over to him. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love, and then we will see you back on Saturday bright and early, friends. So in between now and then, have a great rest of your week. Have a great start to your weekend, and then grab that coffee bright and early on Saturday and join us for that departure out of Dulles for the massive Cross the Pond event. 1,200 pilots almost participating in that, and we'll be elated to be part of the departure of 115 of those, basically 10% of those leaving from our airport. So that'll be a fun one. We'll see you then, guys. In the meantime, be happy, healthy, and safe in every travel and adventure that you have in the meantime, and we'll talk to you soon. Good night.